So here we are. This is the situation in the game as the players take to the field behind us. Middlesex 270, Yorkshire 390, Bresnan's heroics extraordinary, and Middlesex 2 for 2 at one stage, 81 for 2, so they're 39 behind. In a situation like this, you need a cool head and somebody who's seen it all, who can tell you exactly what's going to happen. I've got Paul Allerton.
I was going to say, I wish I'd won the championship, never done it. I think we're in for a fantastic day's cricket here, Charles. Middlesex behind the running, really. Yorkshire look to be favourites to me. They want to take wickets this morning. That's the simple equation. If Yorkshire can go out and take wickets this morning and put Middlesex on the back foot, then they'll have a real chance. If Middlesex bat through this lunch session up to lunch and then up to tea, then we've got a real game on our hands. I mean, Middlesex could effectively be 150, 200 ahead, and Yorkshire have got to chase down that total.
Yeah, for Middlesex, you feel, have got to be batting around about tea time to make this a really exciting finish.
Yeah, but as Angus Fraser was saying earlier, you know, 165 off 35 with the chase, with what's at stake, could be a fascinating little target.
Remember, it is 96 overs left in the day, although you might be down to 94 because you might have to take 2 off for a change of innings in between. So Middlesex, to get up to that sort of 170, 200, have got to be going at about 4 and over, which they've not managed all match.
No, they've been very careful, very, very careful yesterday. They had to be. They've got to try and get up to Yorkshire first of all. Let's not forget this pitch. This pitch is pretty flat, pretty slow. There's not been an awful lot of turn. We've not seen much swing. It's the clearest, best September day you could wish for today. Can't see it being a bowling day, but you just never know.
One thing that occurs to me on a day like this is, why on earth does summer ever have to finish? It is absolutely perfect. We have got the greatest day for a culmination of one of the greatest championships ever. Let's get upstairs, and there we're going to join Michael Atherton and David Lloyd.
23rd of September, and we've got a glorious day. All the heartache, all the ambition is coming down into this day. It's been real graft all season. Somerset sitting pretty, top of the pile. Very relaxed today, Somerset. They'll be down at the ground. They've got a pint of scrumpy ready to go. Here we go here. Good morning, Michael Atherton.
Morning, Bumble. Do you think they're already tucking in down there at Taunton, the first cider of the morning? They're all gathered, haven't they, players, supporters at the county ground? And that's why, because they're sitting pretty, as you say, 226 points, but the asterisk, all important, things can change.
Just to get you up to speed, this pitch is flat. It didn't spin at all. There's no movement, very dry, no pace.
What do you mean, up to speed?
Well, you've been in Venice, haven't you, on your gondola? I wonder if they're all assembled at Taunton. I wonder if they're all there. Abel, Trescothick, Davis, Trigo, Overton, Rogers, Gregory, Bess, Leach, Jack Leach, Van der Merwe. They'll all be sat round. I can tell the Somerset lads this is flat.
What do you think Middlesex's game plan will be? They're bound to have had a conversation either last night or this morning, just to get through the first hour or two,
well,
get ahead of the game.
Yeah, you look at the scoring rate. Yesterday it was just survival, dead bat. It's 2 and over, that's all that they were going at. They still trail by 39. Yorkshire, I'm certain, for this session will be looking to bowl them out. There was one thing yesterday that I thought it were crying out for on this pitch, and that's cutters. For the medium pacers to bowl off cutters, leg cutters with a short extra cover, short mid-wicket. Maybe no slips, but they just kept old-fashioned line and length. It's just about stump high is the bounce. One ball spun, that was from Adam Lyth. Treasurer got the sausages in one, the sausages all round. Maiden to start, 81 for 2.
So if they do get ahead of the game, let's say they don't lose wickets in this first hour and just gradually they manage to increase that scoring rate, they get ahead of the game, and then you'd think that runs might come more easily in the afternoon, and then they give themselves a session, an hour and a half, just set Yorkshire something to see if they could commit suicide, going for a win that they have to go for.
Well, it is Adam Lythe, and the ball that spun was off the pitch. It wasn't out of the footholds. An occasional bowler, opening batsman. Worth mentioning the prize money throughout this hard season, tough league. Division 1, 374,000 for the winners, 169 for second.
Just as a matter of interest, how does that compare with the one-day competitions? You'd like to think it was a big differential given the effort required to win the championship.
Royal London is 100,000. T20 Blast, 175,000.
Rob Bailey had a good day, didn't he, yesterday? A vital LBW decision on the point of the final bonus point.
Well, I think they've been terrific. They've got a great manner about them because, you know, this game is full on, as they should be. I think it's excellent now. You watch the demeanour of the umpires and the attitude of the umpires and try and get a good relationship with the players.
Oh, Adam, that's nice.
Might be wrong, but I can't think Rob Bailey would have won the championship with Northants. Tim Robinson for sure would have won it with Notts.
Adley and Rice,
yeah,
same time.
Good down. Yes, Gazza. Like it, pal.
fairly certain Notts won it in '87 when Lancs came second in my first year, first class cricket. Not often we've had it go down to the wire, though, with 3 teams in contention on the final day.
Yes, Adam.
3 from the over, 84 for 2. Somerset have never won the county championship. So what a special time for them and the supporters, the followers. Terrific ground down there at Taunton. Good traditions as well. Rock and roll days of Richards and Botham and Garner.
Yep, 5 one-day trophies in about a 5-year period in those glory days, but no championship even from those great players.
It's great to play. I'm going back to when I played against Fred Rumsey and Bill Alley. It's terrific. Murph Kitchen, Kenny Palmer, Roy Virgin. Slipped through mid-wicket, will be 4. Playing side bottom's not bothering me, that.
Mighty impressive. Nick Gubbins, it's been a breakthrough season for him. Had a chat with him this morning out on the middle. He was talking about the relief of getting his first 100 earlier in the season, and that settled him down, and he's just improved almost with every game. Find himself on a Lions place this winter. I guess he must have been pretty close to a full tour place as well, given his season, but he'll be in Dubai with the Lions.
Talk about winning the county championship. He's going for his 6th. 3 with Yorkshire, 2 with Nottinghamshire. charged in yesterday, Ryan. 2 for 2, Middlesex yesterday. New ball counted.
Here's another one for you, talking about players that have won the championship with more than one club. Andrew Hodd, twice with Sussex, I think, and twice with Yorkshire, so he's going for his 5th.
If you're in the area, you want to come and watch this final day's cricket. It's free for under 16s. They'll be at school. And over 65, so I could get in for nothing. 16 to 65, it's a £5. Just outside where the lifts are coming up into the media centre, and a young chap, very enthusiastic Yorkshire fan, set off at 4 o'clock this morning from Doncaster.
Fantastic. Well, it will be a historic day, won't it, if Yorkshire can emulate that great side from the mid-60s, Brian Close's side, that won it on 3 successive occasions.
'88 for 2. Wonder if it's sunny in Doncaster. He set off at 4 o'clock this morning, that young lad. He's from Yorkshire, obviously. We got a bit of rain yesterday, not for too long. Other than that, it's been real shirt sleeve order.
Hang on, boy. Sorry, it's rubbish film. Thank you. Yes, Adam, that's nice. That's you. Come on, Ivy. Let's sneak one early in, mate. Oh, yes, Golden. Yes, Golden arm.
Mid-on and mid-off are up saving one. Savers are square either side, deep square leg, deep point.
Get on that. Oh, have him. Come on, from there, then, lads. Get on that. Yes, yes, Adam. Good now, like it. Come on, one to start us off here, boys. Oh, yeah, that's nice. Oh, get down.
Careful progress, 91 for 2. Where's the trophy then? Where is it?
What do you mean, here or down there?
Yeah.
Or halfway between? I saw Charles had it. Charles had it just before we went on air, grasping it. The gold championship trophy.
Round the wicket.
Saw Tony Pygott here this morning. He's the kind of match referee come liaison officer, isn't he? So he keep an eye on the pitch. That's what they're playing for. Gleaming in the late summer sun.
Brilliant innings yesterday from Tim Bresnan. Came in at 32 for 3 at number 5. We remarked it a number of times, he's still only 31. He's been around. They played when he was 16. Two other huge games in Championship Division 1 at Aegeus Ball. That's a nail-biter. Up at Warwickshire, Edgbaston. Warwickshire versus Lancashire. Both pitches, it seems that both pitches are spinning. All to play for, lots to play for.
Yeah, potentially big clubs going down. Notts doomed, of course. Lancashire teetering.
Hampshire leading by 227. McManus is still in there, wicket keeper. Pringle 6 for 65. It's spinning. Flashes past the outside edge. 92 for 2. Wonder when there'll be a move in this game. Change of bowling. Adam Lyth out of the attack. Jack Brooks to continue. 9 overs, 1 for 26.
We got 6.
60 wickets this season for Jack Brooks.
Harry Balance, extra cover, very good. Just a hint of reverse, nothing much, and very slow. Will the edges carry, if you find the edge?
All Middlesex matches have been draws here.
Bar one. I think they've won 1.
Did they get 1 win?
1 win.
Against Durham.
Yes, they feel that disadvantages them somewhat when they see kind of pitches prepared elsewhere. They have obviously little control over what is turned out here at Lord's. Pitches at Taunton this year have spun, haven't they? Spun hard and heavily.
Good. Through extra cover. Lovely shot. Will go for 4.
Yeah, he couldn't stop it this time. Balance. He tried to get across as he did at the start of the over. This was sweetly played by Dawid Malan.
Looking at the table, I looked at it briefly, and I don't think Durham can move from 4th, no matter what happens. Let's have a look. Yeah, Surrey have finished. Durham can't move.
It's highly competitive now, isn't it? Two divisions came in when? 2000, I think, 16 years ago. It's perhaps taken its time, but it's a wonderful championship now, 96 for 2. Got the best and strongest teams by and large in the first division. Every game becomes a competitive affair with relegation haunting teams down below. Really, really competitive. Very upright, Gubbins, isn't he? Stands very upright to seam. Gets over to off stump, especially with Bresnan round the wicket. Looks composed. I mean, I've watched him quite a bit against spin, and he stays in a very upright position as well. And I think that's an area that he'll look to work on in the winter as he goes with the Lions to Dubai, just to be a bit more mobile against spin. Somehow, I don't know why this is, but when you're in a bit of a squatter position batting against spin, it helps you pick up length better, certainly helps you sweep better, help me to kind of get moving and get down the pitch more quickly as well.
I think you've got to sniff it out on spinning pitches. And something we chatted about yesterday is the change in guard being taken by batsmen. There's so many batsmen now over on off stump. You watch this lad, but you can't see the stumps. The bowler can't see his stumps, and so many. It always used to be, we debated it yesterday, leg and middle, leg stump. But there's so many. Look at that, right across, you can't see my stumps.
I was thinking about that, referencing Hamid, actually. I watched quite a bit of Hamid batting of late, and he doesn't stand on off stump. He gets himself right over to off stump, which is absolutely fine in England. Of course, you cover your off stump. I'm just thinking about where he's going in the winter to India, and with reverse swing and low bounce, quite a lot of the subcontinental players tend to stand leg stump and give themselves room to hit through the offside. I wonder whether he'll look to slightly change his method.
It'd be really interesting, that, because you know, the terrific players, the wristy Asian players, I'm with you, that particularly over in the subcontinent, are always leg side. You can see the stumps, see all of them. Well, it's a day for hats again. Beautiful day. Some good tip for us there, aren't they? Lovely. The old floppy. Ah, yeah. Rugger. 99 for 2.
Do you think, as we look forward to today, that if Middlesex don't lose wickets this morning, they'll just bat out the day? You'd think they'd have to try and have a go for the win, wouldn't you, at some stage? Just set Yorkshire something.
Call me old-fashioned, I'd be looking at that 374,000.
At the brass. Even if it's just 20, 25 overs, you can imagine a situation where Yorkshire have to go for it and could just get themselves into a muddle.
Well, I could tell you that I'd be playing for the glory, for the honour, and the brass helps. Oh, another of them selfies. Oh, no. Oh, hiya, mate, can I have a selfie? Give us a selfie. Just a minute, it won't be long. I've got a phone here somewhere. So I'll just turn it on. Turn it on. It's facing the wrong way. I don't know how to work it. Anybody know how to work these? All right, pal, I'll just stand here whilst you sort it out. Nothing much happening for the Seamers. $100 for 2.
Trail by 20. It's hard work overhauling this deficit on a very slow pitch, and Middlesex bowling accurately. Yorkshire correction bowling accurately. Hard to get it away.
He'll change the bowling, just change them around. Try something different. He's got 2 left armers, David Willey and Ryan Sidebottom. $100 for 2. What's happening down at Taunton? Anybody in? There any? Oh, they are in. All in at Taunton, tucking in. Trez will be there later. Get his sausages ready, Trez. Didn't see any scrumpy down there. Did you see any scrumpy? Old tea and coffee.
It's a bit early for the players. Assumes they had a hefty night last night.
Look at them all tucking in there. Any scrumpy on view? Where's the scrumpy? Get stuck in. Bit of brown sauce, I can see that. Brown or red, brown or red. Controversial. Can we see him again? Is there a delay? I wonder if any of them are reminiscing. I was. Remember Bill Alley, Fred Rumsey, Merv Kitchen,
No run.
Graham Burgess, Brian Close, Brian Langford, Kenny Palmer, Roy Palmer. Bit of Colin Dredge later on. Dasher Denning, Brian Rose. Oh, outside edge, it's short, it's gone for 4. 100 partnership.
Well, we said an over 2 ago, or we questioned whether an edge would carry if the outside edge was found. It was found, genuine edge, but it's a very, very slow deck, and it landed well short of slip. It's a boundary that takes Milan to 50. He hasn't the best time of it here at Lord's this year, actually. He's struggled at home. He's been very, very successful away from home, where he's averaged more than 50 in the championship. But he's scoring some much-needed runs here for his club.
False shot and an edge which dropped short of first slip. Shows you how slow this pitch is, and getting slower. Still 15 behind. $105 for 2. There's not a lot happening. Next half hour is with Rob Key and Paul Allott.
Thanks, David. Attritional cricket here at Lord's this morning. Middlesex digging in, making it really hard for Yorkshire. Yorkshire need these wickets. They'd have been wanting a breakthrough in the first half hour. They've not got it. Really good partnership. There's 104. Remember that Middlesex were 2 for 2 and in perilous state early on in their innings. Milan and Gubbins grinding it out for Middlesex. The plan will be to bat as long as they can today to give them a chance of taking wickets in a short run chase. Spoke to James Faulkner walking around the pitch at 10:30. That's 4, that'll help. Trailing by just 10 now. Faulkner asked him if he'd got his calculator out. He said, not yet, we're just going to bat.
Yes, it's tough really to know the best way to go about it. You'd think that they would have been trying to smash it a bit last night, but they were 2 for 2, so then they don't want to get themselves in trouble. And let Yorkshire get early wickets and get them 5 down when they're still behind, so they're trying to make it safe. Knowing that Yorkshire are going to keep going and will try and chase down anything at the end.
Yeah, what did Tim Bresnan say? If they set us 200 off 10 overs, we've got to go for it.
I'm not sure I'd say that if you were Tim Bresnan, would
No.
you?
Well, you see, Yorkshire lose or draw, they finish 3rd. So there's a bit of a money aspect involved here. A few quid per player.
If you take out the fact it's the last game of the year, the championship's on the line, you're just playing like this. This is exactly how you play it. When you're not desperate to win it, you just feel you're behind in the game. You've batted first, then the side batting second have gone past you. You're then trying to just save the game, and you'd be playing for the points for a draw and just keep yourself alive in the championship. But now, because it's a win at all costs, it throws a different aspect to it.
It's a flat pitch, I'll tell you that. 110 for 2.
It's time to get a little bit funky, I reckon, if you just want to set a few straight fields, catches in front of the wicket, not just your slips. I'm not sure it's going to carry too much. If you get the nick anyway, just make the batsman think of something else. When you get on a flat pitch like this, where there's not much bounce, you just have to try and change it up a little bit. Take them out of their zone. They're both in, Gubbins and Milan. 141 balls, Gubbins, 137 Milan.
Well, it's a glorious summer's day, late summer's day here at Lord's. Not a cloud in the sky, warm sunshine. I'm with you though about doing something out of the ordinary. Funky fields, get a short extra cover in, get a short mid-wicket in, try a short leg, something. I'm all for bowlers trying to be a little bit more inventive now as well. We were talking about it, I think, yesterday. I don't know whether it was with you, Rob, about bowlers bowling with variation. They're only too quick to vary things in one-day cricket. Bowling cutters, bowling Yorkers. We don't see as much of it, if any.
No, I think when you get on a slow pitch, that's it. Even the bumper, just go for a couple of overs of bowling bumpers. It's not always easy. When you're playing on a fast bouncy pitch, at times you can just get under the ball and you know it's going to come up. In a slow pitch, when you're batting without intent, someone just running in bowling bounces at you. Not sure if it's going to get up, you try and ride it. Not sure whether to have a go at it.
And this little graphic just sums it up for us, doesn't it? 94% full or good length. Again, you're right. Bowl an over of bumpers with a couple out on the leg side boundary and man in at short leg or short square leg. See what they do.
Yeah, stop them from. You got the man out there for the hook and the man out for if you're trying to ride it.
In the gap. Coming back for 2. Good running. Busy running.
Fact is, though, at the minute it doesn't look like much is happening, but Middlesex lose a couple of wickets. They get the break through Yorkshire. They're well ahead in the game again. Still 8 behind. Problem is, when 2 batsmen are in, it just looks like nothing's happening. It can change very quick if you break this partnership.
Yeah. 50 for Gubbins. Second 50 of the match, coming up with a glorious cover drive. 116 for 2.
Yeah, he's looked really good. It's probably tougher in the first innings when the ball was moving around a bit more and there's a bit more zip in this surface. That was probably the best time to bowl in his first innings when he got a brilliant 100. Here he came in. He was in under pressure again, 2 for 2. He's now 53, not out. Just looks a very, very organised player. Knows exactly, for a young man, knows exactly how to score runs and how he goes about it with his own method.
Good run. Hit off steep. Side bottom warming up, getting those creaking bones loose, stretching the muscles and sinews. It's a gentle warm up.
You missed out on the football, City. You watch them warm up and they do their batting and bowling.
See that ball dip before it got to Hod. There was no edge, it was a bye. But frequently we see this at Lords with the ball dipping once it's gone past the batsman. Taking side bottom on.
That's the type of thing you, as a batting side, you always remember. People think about you trying to up the ante a bit and you've got to start throwing the bat at the ball. Well, you don't. It's not that easy a pitch. If someone bowls straight and full, it's hard to score. But you can try and run them ragged in the field. Just run really hard, drop and run. Not try and run it down or anything, but just try and take the field on a little bit. Two left-handers in. I wouldn't mind seeing a little bit of spin. Bit of Rafiq, off spin, spinning away from the left-hander. There's a bit of rough, there's foot marks. Fair enough, you've got a lot of seamers, but get a bit of spin.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Annoyed there. Gubbins, he's missed out. Been too many leg side deliveries, but Gubbins has missed that. $119 for 2. So Nick Gubbins going through to 50. A couple of false strokes, but it's been a really good effort. That was a 6 over square leg. He's looked a very well organised and confident young man in this match. 100 in the first innings, 50 in the second, and still going. Well, we're not going to get any off spin, Rob. We're going to get Stephen Patterson, who's economy personified. 7 overs, 4 maidens, none for 9. Just wonder whether Yorkshire are ruining the fact that they left Liam Plunkett out the side.
Well, you talk about it, so you want someone to run in and bowl bouncers, he's the man to do it.
Well, I did say that on the first day. You got 5 very similar bowlers. Okay, got left arm as a variation, but a little bit of injection of pace on a slow pitch. Anyway, it's not to be, and Yorkshire have got to make do with what they've got. I thought Angus Fraser said something pretty pertinent this morning. He said the best of games are the games that evolve naturally. By that he was meaning that Middlesex would bat, maybe bowled out by Yorkshire, may get 130 ahead, 140 ahead, 150 ahead. And Yorkshire would have to chase those in 30 overs, something like that. So a natural evolution of cricket.
Yeah, and in that it means they don't want to start colluding on some sort of run chase at the end. I mean, a lot of the time in championship cricket, in a game like this, again, you might have each captain meeting up at lunchtime or whenever it is and saying, right, there's not much going on, should we think of a run chase? You might come up with an equation, throw up a few balls, someone like me would be bowling. Give the opposition some runs. So what Angus Fraser said to you doesn't sound like he's that interested in doing that.
No, I don't think Middlesex are interested in doing anything other than bat. Certainly for this morning session, just play, see what happens. And they'll probably do the same in the afternoon session as well. Then it'll get ramped up, the excitement will start bubbling.
And she had Andrew Garvin in, not in this position, winning the championship. I think the Vestry was second at Kent in my time. It was a few years ago, probably 2011, when Yorkshire in the shake-up to win it. I think Notts won it that year. And we were playing against Yorkshire and it rained for a few days and Gailey kept coming up on the third day and saying, come on, Keezy, how about we chase 400 in a day? It's one you set us. I said, no, not interested. We can't win it. I'm not bothered. So in the end, he kept coming back with different equations all the time. Or, all right, what about 250? I said, no, mate, not interested.
A bit of bartering so far. We've gone from 400 to 250.
Yeah, he went down pretty quick. And then he was in the papers saying it'd be a shame for cricket if we don't have some sort of game and all of this type of stuff. So he just sort of ignored it, really. I was being fairly stubborn. And then they came out and tried to smash the ball everywhere on the last day to set us something, which would have ended up around 200. And they got, I think James Trevor got 8 wickets. And we ended up chasing about 60 or 70 and won the game. You just get too far ahead of yourself sometimes.
Continues to nag away, does Patterson. Another maiden, 119 for 2.
Start there, Stephen.
Mike Selvey in the middle there. 50 years in the game, thereabouts. As player with Surrey briefly and then Middlesex for a long period. Then Glamorgan towards the end of his career. Guardian cricket correspondent for the best part of 25 years. Yeah, hello, Mike. Ryan Sidebottom on now, replacing Brooks. Got a wicket in his first over, way back yesterday evening. Yorkshire tails were up with 2 wickets in the first 4 overs. Been a long time to wait for the 3rd wicket. What can you conjure up, Ryan? Loosener. That's what he can conjure up.
What's a loosener, that?
We'll give him that, though. 38 years of age, you need a loosener.
He spoke to him. I thought when he was brilliant yesterday with the bat, but the best thing I enjoyed about, as you always get when you play against City, is the facial expressions. When he kept playing the odd ball that got a bit close and he just had that little grin on his face.
Down to 3rd man. Just 1. Scores are level. Middlesex start going into the positive from now on. Yeah, I talked to him yesterday after play, and he said he'd never known anything quite as dramatic as yesterday, and trying to get up to 350.
Now, you've been in the game a lot longer than me. Do you remember anything that dramatic in the middle of a 4-day game?
Right at the end of the season as well, last game, 3 sides in it, 1 point being so crucial to a side's hopes. Another cheer goes up as Middlesex lead by 1.
It's a good end. This nursery end's a good end for side bottom to be bowling to left-handers, because you just want to be straight. You want to look for LBWs and bolds, and the slope will just bring it back down towards Gubbins and Milan's pads and onto the stumps.
Heck of a record that Ryan Sidebottom has got. He's going for his 6th county championship today. Won it twice with Nottinghamshire, 3 times with Yorkshire. In the modern era, the 2 divisional championship, he stands alone.
After all the tension, they needed 1 run, or 1 wicket Middlesex needed. All the tension, they went off for rain, and then this was the moment that Ryan Sidebottom got that all-important 350.
A little bit of swing to finish the over. 2 singles, 121 for 2.
This was the air punch. All the pressure. It just does a shearer.
That was Sidebottom with the bat. This is his record in County Championship Division 1. 5 he's won. Andy Hodds won 4 now then. William Plunkett 4. But Sidebottom stands alone at the top. We'll convert that to 6. Hodd will go up to 5 if Yorkshire manage to win this game today. So too will Plunkett, of course. Played in the championship for Yorkshire. Flashed away past second slip and away for 4.
It's been a productive area, 3rd man. It's not exactly where Milan wanted it to go. Probably wanted a bit more bat on it, but 3rd man has been peppered throughout this game.
Tantalisingly out of Lythe's reach, diving at second slip. Very close, these slips, close to the batsman, I mean. Of course, narrows the angle a little bit. Down to 3rd man again. I used to hate that as a bowler. You effectively gift the batsman runs for playing a false shot.
But what would you rather have, an extra cover or a 3rd man?
Rather have a 3rd man, I think.
There's always a dilemma I had as a captain was, where do I get a 3rd man in from?
Well, maybe on here, because you do have to pitch the ball well up, then you'd need that short extra cover. But generally, you shouldn't be bowling drive balls.
What's the point in ever having an extra cover then?
Well, hang on. You're going through extremes.
I agree. But what is the point in bowling drive balls? I never understand why you bowlers did it.
Well, you've got to
Makes no sense.
pitch the ball up to get the ball to swing and seem late. And then we've seen Brooks do that. He would be one who likes an extra cover. You could have your mid off wider, if you like. Through the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. That's beautifully placed, nicely timed, and will bring 4 more. Middlesex just gathering a little bit of momentum.
Yeah, just overcompensating Patterson. He was a bit wide. He ain't got no margin when you've got no one down. At third man, as we spoke about, then you have to be gun barrel straight. Get 2 straight, 2 full. So it's still a good enough pitch, or those clips are going to go away for 4.
Stride, bit of a shimmy down the track for the final ball. 10 off it. 131 for 2. Right, let's have a look at the other scores. Somerset have obviously won down at Taunton. They did that yesterday. So they sit atop the county championship table, and we'll be hoping for a draw here. Warwickshire and Lancashire. Now, if Hampshire go on and win, the loser of Warwickshire Lancashire will go down, and Lancashire are really struggling. 51 for 4. Hamid is just out, caught at slip off right. Night Watchman's still there. And Hampshire are still batting against Durham. That could be a lifeline for Lancashire, because if Hampshire don't win, they will go down.
Extraordinary why they're still batting. It's hard to tell because we're not at the Ageas Bowl, but Hampshire in a massive game that they have to win. 280 their lead is at the minute. I think the longer they bat, the happier Lancashire will be.
You can say that again. They must think the pitch is doing enough to bowl Durham out in a short period of time.
Well, they think it's that good, they might get the runs.
Well, it doesn't matter to them, does it? Got to give themselves time to get the wicket. It doesn't matter if Durham win.
Exactly. That's why it makes no sense, really, because you just keep going because you think, well, hang on, we don't think we're safe enough yet. But a draw's not going to be good enough for them. Why would you not pull out almost this morning, but 280 now, 250, because a draw's no good for you?
I don't know, Rob.
But if you're a Lancashire fan, you're quite happy. Keep going.
Quite happy.
Starting to show a little bit more urgency now, Paul. Between the wickets, we've had Milan, as they've just got past Yorkshire, the Yorkshire score lead of 13 now. They're just starting to show a little bit more urgency.
Well, yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? The fact that they've just got into the lead. Maybe they can get up a gear from second into third. Still a long way to go through the gearbox, mind. Gubbins misses out again.
Bit of noise coming from the Yorkshire fielders. Andrew Gale leading his side along.
push is the cry. He'll look for 2, and we'll get 2. This good running now.
Time for some spin. We get a real tell, actually. It's not always easy on this surface when the seamer's on. Unless you start playing like you're batting at the death and having a real hack, it's not easy to tell about the mentality just by the way they're running. We'll find that out when the spinner comes on. Spin, you have to make a decision, a premeditated decision on how you're going to go about it. 135 for 2.
Glorious day, late September, 23rd today. This time next year there'll be 3 one-day internationals still to come in the season. England play the West Indies 24th of September, 27th of September, 29th of September. Let's just hope it's as glorious as it is today. All a bit samey at the moment from Yorkshire.
Slow burner, isn't it? Just a slow burner, this. Going to come to life at the back end.
When's the time for the part-time bowler here? Lithe or balance, bowling a few, whatever they may be, leg spinners, donkey trots, that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Rubbish, basically.
Yeah, well, yeah, but, you know.
I don't think the time is yet, but I wouldn't mind seeing the proper spinner bowl. 4 days, well, 3 days and 1 session nearly. A lot of seamers running up and down on it. 2 left-handers in, get your off spinner in now. Talk about having the angle. You want a spinner taking it away from the bat. That's why at times off spinners aren't as fashionable as left arm spinners. You got 2 left-handers in. Now's the time for a bit of Rafiq. And maybe, it won't be easy for the left-handers. Maybe they have to say, right, okay, now's our opportunity. It's not easy to score quick enough against, or to score quickly against the seamers, but we can against the spin. That's bounced. Flown through.
Running along the floor. Not good for a run chase, that, is it? Good for 10 or 12 and over. News from the Aegeus Bowl, Hampshire have declared Durham need 296 to win. More importantly for Hampshire, they need 10 wickets.
But is it? Hampshire have declared. So Durham need 296, Hampshire need 10 wickets to survive. Lancashire, 51 for 4.
Long single to deep cover.
So Ryan Pringle for Durham has got 7 wickets, the off spinner. So all eyes on Liam Dawson and Mason Crane. 136 for 2.
So an hour gone, Middlesex leading by 16. David Lloyd, Charles Colville now.
Yep, 55 in the first hour's play, added by Middlesex to get them to, in effect, 16 for 3. Little bit of swing there for Sidebottom. Richard has just done a little calculation and reckons that if Middlesex carried on at the same rate by tea, with 32 overs left in the game, Middlesex would be 150 ahead. You'd have to assume that they would sort of maybe up the run rate a little bit. The big question is, what do Middlesex reckon is in their interest as far as a declaration is concerned, if it comes to that? It may be that Yorkshire will take wickets and bowl them out.
Oh.
That's shot straight along the ground. Do you come out with 32 overs to go, setting maybe 170, 180, or is that just too easy? Do you push on and say you've only got 25 overs to get 200? And you have to go for them, Yorkshire. So you go like lemmings over the cliff.
Mentioned it before, there's the financial carrot as well. 374,000 to win it, 169 if you come second, 88 if you're third.
Showed his weight and there's a little bit of a bobble, but in the end that's a very good piece of fielding. Jack Brooks throwing himself around at mid-on. Yorkshire cannot come second in this race. They can come first or they can come third. Middlesex can come first or they can come second or third. So at some stage Middlesex might say, well, you know, to be honest, let's take the 166 grand as opposed to the 88. More runs, that'll be 4. A word about this partnership. It is absolutely first class between Gubbins and Milan. They put on 138 now. They came together at 2 for 2 or 2 for 4.
Yeah, they played very, very well. Just signs that there's an acceleration in this scoring rate.
Shout his run, have to get a move on. Direct hit might have been very tight, but there wasn't a hit from Brooks, so all was well that ended well.
It's just a slow burner, this, isn't it? It's all going to happen in the last session. A lot of manoeuvring.
Last ball of Sidebottom's over, 5 off this over. Ends with a dot. So Gubbins 58, Milan 74, Middlesex are 21 ahead and 2 wickets down. I was thinking back to great finishes of the county championship season, and the one most recently that I can remember which had loads of different things going on would have been 2010. When Nottinghamshire won it at Old Trafford on the last day. Somerset were involved in it and Yorkshire were also in with a shout at some stage. Funnily enough, in that game at Old Trafford back in 2010, when the championship last had a pulsating finish like this, when Notts won it at Old Trafford, Sidebottom had to get, well, Notts had to get 400 and maximum batting bonus points. And it was Sidebottom in his Notts days who got them there. Darren Pattinson was also involved. And then they came out and they bowled brilliantly. They had to pick up 3 wickets to get the bowling point, which was going to give them the title. Sidebottom got 1, Andre Adams got the other 2, and I think it was Samit Patel who held it at catch, the catch that won the title for Notts.
And Notts now in Division 2. Off spin, Rafiq.
If you were in the Middlesex dressing room, then what's your master plan here?
Let me think. How can we win the championship? That's it, the county championship, the big cup. How can we win it? So they've got to get into a position that they're comfortable, that Yorkshire will have to go hard, real hard, all the way down, losing wickets. Quite a demanding declaration. It's going to come to that. Yorkshire are not going to ball them out on this pitch. It's all in this last session, this.
Chopped away, that'll be 4. Milan moving up ever closer to the 80s. He's on 78 now.
Top score for Dowie Milan by a distance here at Lord's. He's averaging 14 at Lord's.
Come on here, Funky. Come on, pal.
It's funny that, isn't it? Lots of draws here. He averages 14, but 50 away from Lord's.
Come on, pal.
Stats-wise, Azim Rafiq has taken 2 wickets all summer. Doesn't play that much. He's only played a handful of games in red ball cricket.
Get down. Oh, Dave Willie, sensational, mate.
Good fielding by David Willey, certainly appreciated by Andrew Hodd. So what would, you say a really tough chase, what would that be for you? Sort of 225? I can't ever see Middlesex getting to 200 ahead at this stage, but...
Get on. Well done, guys.
Is it something in that region?
Yes, something like that. This pitch is not going to change, so
Boys, just keep building.
they'd obviously go for it, Yorkshire, whatever it is, and that's a short chase. 25 overs is short, you've got 10 wickets, but you've got to get a lot of runs. Don't forget, there's no circles, no field restrictions.
Oh, Naff, that's nice, Naff, that's nice, Naff. See, come on, Rafa. Get on. Easy. Oh, Rafa, that's class. Good finish, mate.
So another good over from Middlesex's perspective, 6 from it. 147 for 2. That's 27 for 2 in real terms.
But they look very relaxed, don't they? The 2 batsmen there, they play very, very well. Gubbins is 59, looks impressive. Had a wonderful season. And Dowie Milan with his 79, getting form here at Lord's at long last.
It's like tinker to the field here by Yorkshire with Gubbins on strike. 2 men short on the onside and 1 sort of a little bit deeper at mid-on. So a little triangle of fielders stopping anything that he wants to punch through the onside straight. Side bottom goes wide.
I think this is for cutters. I thought they could have done this a lot more yesterday, Yorkshire, on this placid pitch, unresponsive. Just thinking to maybe an international attack, Jimmy Anderson, Stuart Broad. Get a pitch like this and you've plenty of time, 5 days. There'd be a period where you'd bowl off cutters, leg cutters, slow deliveries with a short extra cover, short mid-wicket.
Another thing we might consider is how Yorkshire go about the afternoon. If Middlesex get to lunch, say 2-3 down, does Gale have to do something to suddenly allow Middlesex to accelerate and therefore set him something, or is that just counterproductive because he'll end up chasing an even more ridiculous total?
Well, they can't do anything silly. I'm talking about declarations where it's happened in the distant past. You can throw the ball down the leg side. That won't happen. Way back, you got some ridiculous stalemate games, and then to move the game forward, it was deliberately thrown down the leg side and nobody bothered too much. Or when the bowlers were bowling, fielders were static and just stood still and didn't chase the ball. I don't think there'll be any of that. That's not allowed. Move to 150. You might get Gary Balance bowls leg spin. He's bowled leg spin in a test match, actually.
Milan interested in 2, but or rather Gubbins interested in 2, but Milan wasn't. His partnership is now worth 150 with that tickle down the leg side. Shake of the hands and keep going will be the message for Gubbins and Milan. Nothing different. We've got our lead to 32. We're 32 for 2. But if Yorkshire did give Balance a bit of a bowl and in essence fed Middlesex some easy runs, would that be a counterproductive move? Because it would just mean that, well, they would hope that Middlesex might be the decent thing and set them a somewhat longer run chase. They might not. They might just make it even tougher. Another 5 off the over. Just in the last 10, 15, 20 minutes, Middlesex have upped the run rate. Richard will tell us what the scoring rate's been in the last 5. 16 in the last 3. 21 in the last 5. So they're knocking along at sort of 4s at the moment.
So 45 minutes to lunch. What's that, about 12 overs? 4 and over, 48. About 80 lead roundabout at lunch.
Oh, yes, lovely drop, Fiki. Lovely drop, mate. Great drop. That's the area for you, Rafa.
Let's do some figures. Let's do the maths. So 30 overs in the afternoon session at 5 and overs, 150, plus the 80 at lunch, 230. How many overs?
32 after tea to stumps.
Get on it.
How does that sound? 32 overs, 230.
Too generous?
Lucky Rafa, lucky pal.
You can go further than that for Middlesex, because the other thing is this is a flat pitch, isn't it? I mean, that's the other worry. If suddenly Middlesex can up the ante and be ticking along at 5 and 6 and over, if you're really thrashing, can you go much better than that? Can you be going at 8 and 9 and over?
Nice, mate. Nice and aggressive.
All will be
for me here,
revealed.
Raf. Spin it hard down this slope, buddy. Spin it hard down this slope.
Big shot straight down the ground. This time it's Govins being aggressive. Couple of bounces and away for 4. So Azim Rafiq is under a bit of pressure here. And Middlesex are certainly looking as though they're targeting him a bit and trying to push on.
From this very upright position, he gets down into a crouch, little skip down the pitch.
Spin for me here, Raf. Ah!
158 for 2.
Ball over, Raf.
Well, Milan is on 81. And Middlesex look like they are making a move here to try and get themselves in a position where they can, some stage, set Yorkshire a challenging 4th innings total. Remember, if you are switching on and joining us for the first time, as Andrew Gale sorts the field out for Steve Patterson, Middlesex and Yorkshire are both chasing this title. Somerset, as we speak right now, won yesterday and are top. There was a cataclysmic thunderstorm that washed out play for the rest of the day, which is not going to happen, at the moment at least. Somerset would be champions. So the question is, can Middlesex or Yorkshire contrive a win which will make them champions?
Last game here, Charles, for the members. Got to hibernate for the winter. Count the days till next April.
Well, yesterday was a very sad day in the calendar, as I'm sure you're well aware, for those who suffer from SAD, that seasonal disorder.
Autumn.
It was the autumnal equinox yesterday. Big appeal, but I think he's outside the line.
Sorry. Very long way down.
Not an appeal for a long time, have we? He's outside the line for a start. Did he get a little feather on it? Not sure what it's all about when you appeal. Umpire says it's not out, and then the ball is, well, what's wrong with that then? I just said it's not out. Well, why is it not out? Because I don't think he's hitting the stumps. He's outside the line.
I think the umpires have had an excellent game here at Lord's to date. There was a big LBW shout yesterday when Yorkshire was still short of that 350, which had everybody down in Taunton going. Pitched on, straightened, but there was a feather of an inside edge. Absolutely brilliant umpiring to have spotted it. This ball is dying on this surface. That will make life difficult for Yorkshire come maybe 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon if they're really trying to thrash for victory. .159 for 2, just a single off that Patterson over, and Middlesex lead by 39.
Fiver to come in if you're aged between 16 and 65, free otherwise.
Come on, boys! Come on, boys. 4-5 for lunch here. 4-5, eh?
What happens at Lord's during the winter? We shut down after this, and the groundsmen will certainly have a lot of work to do to bring the square back, reseeding, top dressing. What about the day-to-day running of the place? There'll be lots of functions, I assume.
Well, yeah, I'd say the dinners that they have here at Lord's throughout the winter, they come thick and fast. All sorts of the good and the great, benefit dinners, things like that. In the air, and just short of the man at mid-off.
Great work there, Dave. Great work there, Dave.
Milan just getting a bit giddy. Willie did his very best. Still down on his haunches. Nervous moments for Middlesex. They lead by 40.
I think he's in two minds, Dawid Milan here. It's a well-flighted delivery. He wants to go over the top.
Certainly with Rafiq into the attack, Middlesex are playing more shots. They identified that the spinner is the one that they can get into and get their lead up.
Come on here, Raf. Come on, pal.
Is it going to bring a wicket though? Are they buying a wicket here, Yorkshire, in effect?
Get on that. Brilliant guy. Brilliant in there, mate.
Milan on 83. Tempted already this over. Will he be tempted again?
Get down. That's nice. Well watched, Rafa. Well watched, pal. Nice bit of building with you, Rafa.
What about you? End of the season finishing. The season finishes today. Have you got lots of jobs that you've got lined up that you've been putting off, David?
Yeah, there's always plenty to do there. Like everybody, 162 for 2. Bit of DIY, bit of maintenance.
What are the primary jobs on the maintenance front at Lloyd Towers?
We're looking to move house for a start, and that is,
again.
Yes, yeah, I've been looking for 2 years, but it's not happening. Garden maintenance, which I like. I enjoy that. Getting everything ready. Football, of course. Get into me football during the winter.
Will you be following England anywhere? Are you going on a trip?
Yes, yes. In March, I'm going to the West Indies. Hearing our lads who are going to Bangladesh and trying to get the visas and get everything in order. Sending the passports away, getting down to the passport office. It's a real procedure.
Would you like to join Bob on the bench for the verdict? You and he would be very good, I think.
I'll be very busy this winter.
Milan is looking to go for it here, isn't he? There's much more aggression in everything he does right now. Just a little shuffle down the pitch at Patterson to see whether he could line up something. He's on 84, 16 away from what would be an excellent 100 under the circumstances, under the most intense pressure. That lead of 120, which Yorkshire eked out yesterday, really hurting Middlesex at the moment.
Tell you what else I've got to do. I'm going to be cycling. I started cycling. Once I've got over saddle soreness, I'll be all right.
I bet you'll abuse motorists no end. You'd be renting at them as they...
Oh, why not, Sean? No. Very polite.
Get on that.
I've got some padded shorts just to ease the situation, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it makes you look like you're wearing a nappy.
Well, I've never seen myself from behind. We've got a bit of lycra as well. Got a nice bike, but it's got straight handlebars. I should have got one with drop handlebars.
Ooh.
I've got a bell. I always like a bell on a bike.
Is it a road bike or a mountain bike? Or
No, road bike, no.
Very thin tyres.
Very thin. My son does mountain biking, he's always falling off. What's the news from Somerset? When have the players arrived down there yet? When are they coming?
I don't think so. I think they're due in for a spot of lunch in an hour's time. Another over ticks by, 2 singles from that one. 164 for 2 now, Middlesex. $164 for 2. Half an hour to go to lunch. The lead is 44. So far, it's been a good morning for Middlesex. Yorkshire haven't been able to punch through this batting order and roar to victory. We'll have a change in the commentary box. Nasser is with Michael.
Thank you, Charles. Yes, a good morning, but is it good enough? 44, Middlesex's lead. No wickets have gone this morning. Gubbins has moved to 70. Getting a fine season for him, and Dawid Malan 15 away from 100.
Make some history. Yes, here, Raf.
You like Gubbins, Nas, what you've seen?
Yeah, very much so.
Spin it hard, buddy. Spin it hard.
Saw him in the first innings, played brilliantly, looks very organised, looks a decent player of spin, looks hungry for runs and big runs. Only thing we noticed was occasionally he falls over to the offside.
Had a chat with Dave Houghton this morning about him, said he's an absolute pleasure to work with. Comes in with a smile on his face every morning, looks to improve, really enjoys the game and the challenges that the game throws up from day to day.
Well, if you don't enjoy this season, 22-year-old, playing at Lord's, being at the top of the league and having 1,300 runs under your belt, you never will.
Very true.
Throw in Angus Fraser as well, working with Angus.
Oh, Tim Bresnik. Three-dimensional there, Brett.
Yeah, a kind of breakthrough season really for Nick Gubbings, averaging over 60, nearly 1,400 runs. Great performance from him as he chops Rafiq away behind square for just a single. 166 for 2.
You weren't with us yesterday, Ath. You were in your gondola in Venice or wherever you were, but we had Jason Gillespie up here, and he was saying at the toss, or before the toss, the most difficult decision was to which seamer to leave out. And they decided to leave out Plunkett because with the overcast skies on the first day, they wanted a certain type of bowler, a pitch-up swing bowler. I'm just wondering if they forgot about both innings, really. Second time round, sun out, flat Lord's pitch, whether they would have liked the extra pace of Plunkett, something different. That's a one-paced attack.
It's the first question I asked this morning, having, as you say, just arrived from a very short break.
Get on that.
You've got a very flat pitch, the ability to have somebody just to shake things up.
Love that, D.
Pull a few bouncers and a few Yorkers, bit of reverse swing, bit of extra zip.
Nice, Steve.
I guess who would have been at risk? Maybe David Willey, side bottom, or Willey having the 2 left armers seems to be a bit of a luxury.
I was thinking about the batting. I mean, obviously with Bresnan at 5, he played brilliantly, but the batting was a bit thin. But then again, Plunkett is a good batsman, isn't he? It's not as though you're picking Willey for the extra batting.
Yeah, get down. Have him.
Plunkett is a very, very good batsman these days.
They might need a bit of David Willey later. If there's a run chase, they might move David Willey up the order to tee off.
All kinds of possibilities. They're not available, but they are here. Root and Bairstow. I saw Billy Root got some for yesterday, didn't he, for Nottinghamshire? Down at Taunton. Now, Sidebottom moved a little gingerly to the ball out at deep cover, and that enabled Gubbins to get back for a couple of leaders. 49. I can remember once going to your ground, Nass, Chelmsford, way back my first season, first class cricket, and Lancashire needed to win with full bonus points to win the championship. Full bonus points. So I think in those days 300 was full batting points, and Essex left the outfield unbelievably long.
I think it was just a very wet, rainy season in Chelmsford at that time of year. Groundsman's mower had broken down.
It was unbelievable. Flattest pitch of all time. The outfield was about 3 feet long.
The shenanigans that go on. I remember coming to your place needing to win a Sunday League game, and the slightest of mizzle came down, and your groundsman, Pete Maron, departed now, put all the covers on. Every single cover that is in Lancashire.
That was revenge for what happened at Chelmsford.
The things that go on.
Middlesex, of course, don't have that much influence over the pitches here at Lord's.
Brilliant, son. Brilliant, son. That's it, like it. A few more a day, please, boys. Good here, Fiji.
Oh, the wickets tumbling for Lancashire. 64 for 6 now, Richard. Oh, dear.
Well done, Jackie.
So all eyes will be on the Aegeus Bowl. See if Hampshire can force a win, really. Durham set 296. Hampshire win, and one out of Warwickshire, Lancashire go down.
Yeah, great end to the season at both ends of the table, top and bottom. Holding the interest right till the end of another wonderful season.
Very nice. Stay aggressive for me, buddy. Come on, boys. Till lunch here. Take a couple with us here, eh?
Just the low, the Hawkeye first, and then the couple of low deliveries.
Yes, Al Lee. Brilliant set.
170 for 2. Last day, the County Championship, Specsavers County Championship, Division 1, Division 2. Somerset finished yesterday. They stand top. They're watching this encounter. Warwickshire, Lancashire, there we go, 64 for 6. Hamid went early this morning. Chris Wright has 2 for 8. Lancashire need 280. Warwickshire 4 wickets. And 30 for none. Durham are off to a flyer. Stoneman playing in his last game for Durham. He'll want to finish on a high.
Essex coming up. Chris Silverwood clearly has done a good job there. Would it be a candidate for the Yorkshire position? I'm trying to think who
Get on. Out!
chipped in the air just wide of mid-wicket, and a misfield will bring a couple at least.
Hey!
Well, Farbrace has ruled himself out the Yorkshire job. The lad Dawson, Richard
they like
Dawson,
him.
yep, he's done a good job at Gloucester. Ian Harvey's down there as well. And the 2 lads at Essex who've got him up, Silverwood and McGrath. Anthony McGrath is batting coach, assistant coach, both ex-Yorkies.
Tickle fine and for 4. So the lead creeping up now.
I don't mind that line, but might need a change in field. I think it's the right way to go on this pitch. I think at times Yorkshire, because the attack they've picked, they've sort of bowled 5th stump, outside off stump. That's a better line on a low pitch at Lord's. I reckon you've got to go stump to stump and try and get LBs and bowls, but it does mean setting the field accordingly.
Nicely driven, and side bottom creaks into action again, but can't cut off that cover drive. All of a sudden things look a whole lot easier. 2 for 2 yesterday, and it was very, very difficult. Lead has crept to 61 now. These two batsmen in control.
Might have to move side bottom as well. He's looking very stiff out on that boundary. Yeah, just have a look at where Yorkshire have bowled this morning. Have they targeted the stumps enough? Look at all those areas outside the off stump. A lot of those deliveries outside off have kept low, not got through to the keeper. So the slips are waiting there. They're not going to catch anything. Wondering if they can go a bit straighter. Problem is, you go straighter and it doesn't keep low. It's out there that is keeping low.
It's gone fine again. Yeah, and Gubbins gets over to off stump, doesn't he? You can see where he stood with Patterson around the wicket. He's virtually covering the entire stumps. You can't see any of them.
Yeah, it's something we've been debating throughout the game, how it's crept in, hasn't it? Batsmen almost taking off stump guard. Bumble said yesterday, when he was umpire, you never know anyone come out and say, can I have off stump? And that's what they do, quite a few of them nowadays.
.184 for 2. Particular thing here at Middlesex, I agree it's around the county a bit, but I can think of a number of players who've done it here. Robson, Denley when he was here did it. Gubbins does it, but probably because Patterson is round the wicket, they're less pronounced when they're over the wicket. I was talking earlier about watching Hamid. Hamid's quite a long way over and wondering whether in the subcontinent this winter he'll have to change because of the way that the Indian batsmen tend to stay leg side and give themselves room.
Come on here, Fiki. Go with you, mate. Come on, big push still.
Why do you think here the slope maybe know where your off stump is? If you put your guard on off stump, you know exactly where it is. You can play accordingly.
Top of the order in England, it's fine, isn't it? You want to cover off stump. Most batsmen of the past used to move slightly back and across to get there. A lot of players now just stand there. And,
yeah, why not start there?
Start there and don't move so much. But very different when you go abroad to the subcontinent on this kind of a surface where you get reverse swing and low bounce and bowlers bowl straight for LBWs. Tend to have a lot of fielders on the leg side, so it becomes difficult unless you show your stumps and give yourself room to hit through the offside. It becomes difficult to score. Milan 92, Gubbins 85.
Nice, Raf. Yes, that's great bowling, Rafa. Real good, mate. Come on, Fiki.
I think he was looking to advance then, Milan, but actually didn't leave his ground in the end.
Well, Hod went up for a couple of things there. Because the batsman was looking to advance, he thought he was in play for the stumping, but then he thought he heard something as well, so he appealed to the standing umpire. Neither out.
Well, he tickles it fine. It was asking for a sweep, really, but Milan has just tickled it for 3. Moves to 95. Well, you could see that Milan was looking to advance. He starts to come, but he doesn't move that back foot, anchors the back foot.
I've been really sad. I've been sitting at the back watching the feed that we're getting from the Somerset calf that they have there. Just looking at the reaction that they have. They're clapping every run, every boundary. I guess at this stage they want Middlesex to build their lead. At what stage will they
But
stop?
not too quickly.
Exactly. And then later they won't want runs or wickets. If there is a declaration, ideal for them would be to be sitting there drinking their cappuccinos and have no declaration with no runs and no wickets. It'll be dull here, but they'll love it there.
I wonder who Chris Rogers texted last night. Of course, he played at Middlesex, has friends in the dressing room. He'll have sent a few texts telling Middlesex to dig in, don't give it away, don't give Yorkshire a sniff.
Your mate Fraser wouldn't just settle for second, would he? Surely. There's got to be a G for gamble in there somewhere. They have been more proactive in the last 40 minutes, definitely, but that might just be two batsmen in. Surely you don't get that many opportunities. When was the last time? 93 Middlesex won a championship. Take the opportunity when it's there.
Who was in that team? Tufnell, Embury, Fraser himself,
Gatting captain, yeah.
Rosebery,
Norman Cowan.
yeah.
Talking about Chris Rogers, that would be a fairy tale ending, that. 100 in both innings and win the championship as captain for the first time Somerset have ever won it.
Wonderful career that he's had. Been a very, very good player over a long period of time. Underrated in some ways. Decided to call it a day. 76 first-class hundreds spread over a number of teams, both down under and here. Well, averaging just about 50 as an opening batsman over all that time. Fantastic. Lovely shot. Nothing better than that have we seen this morning from Nick Gubbins, and that moves him into the 90s.
Yeah, the race is to go who can get to 100 first. Milan has 96, Gubbins 92, and there's 8 minutes to go till lunch.
I think he's just got it over mid-off. He has. I don't know whether it was a slow ball from Willie, but for a moment Nick Gubbins had a rather worried look on his face.
Well, sometimes as a left-hander, any left-hander will tell you batting on day 4, a slower ball, as Gubbins is showing there, can get stuck in those footholes outside the left-hander's off stump. Didn't. It was short of the footholes, but it was just a well-bowled, slower delivery that deceived Gubbins. Not many have deceived Gubbins.
Two, says Milan. 2 it is. At the moment, he's just about ahead in the battle to 100. He's 98.
200 up. Gubbins has the strike, though. He has first dibs as getting there. Will he try and go after the spinner? The lead is 80. basically, it's come down to this. 2 sessions and 6 minutes to go in the season. 80 for 2. I can tell you safely, if the championship wasn't on the line, Middlesex would not be thinking at any stage of a declaration. There is nothing in this pitch. There is nothing for declaring. There would only be one winner if they did declare. Because if Yorkshire did lose a few early wickets, they'd just block it out. But everything is on the line.
The opportunity, doesn't it? Because Yorkshire can't just block it out if given a... if the carrot is dangled. Gone. Gubbins won't get to 100. He won't get 200s in the game because a leading edge has gone back to Rafiq, who's taken a very simple catch, and that ends Nick Gubbins' season. A very good season it has been. 93 is a good end for him, but he is the 3rd wicket to go.
Yeah, leading edge, and it's a cruel game. He's had a magnificent season. But for the next few days, all he'll be thinking about is the 7 runs he didn't get to get 100 in both innings. 1,409 runs in the season, 93 in this innings, 200 for 3.
Yeah, and the Lord's crowd, both Middlesex and Yorkshire supporters, celebrating the end to a wonderful season for Nick Gubbins, the end of a good innings and the end of a fine season. Another Middlesex success story from this year, Stevie Eskenazi has come in, played 9 matches, done pretty well. Born in South Africa, raised in Australia, enjoying himself now with Middlesex, buyed into the British passport.
What about another one? Thanks, mate. Centre. Right arm over. 5 balls to come. Screen over. Screen over. Screen over, yeah. Just behind. Screen. You go 10 behind and Pato, you come this way. Rookie, nice and tight.
A wicket then for Rafiq. Just getting a leading edge from Gubbins, but he's got a right-hander to bowl at now, so there's a slip and short leg. Just to slightly change his line.
Do you want him there, or Raf? Or do you want him 45? Gailey?
Leading edge, just trying to turn to leg, just gripped. Very full.
Yes, Rafa, that's nice, mate.
One bonus for Gubbins, he can help himself to a nice large Lord's lunch now. Easy catch for Rafiq.
Sure he's chuffed about that. They're not as good as they used to be here, the lunches.
As you can tell from the shape of the players.
Bumble gave Angus Fraser a bit of grief this morning about the size of his girth. He got a withering lob. Beautifully bowled. Some drift and some spin as well.
Finally, it's starting to turn this pitch. Finally. Waited for some kind of purchase, maybe out of the left armer's footholes. Yep. Just a bit of slow turn.
Eskenazi survives a wicket maiden for Rafi. 200 for 3, the lead 80.
Which is the better story, Michael Atherton? I know you write the odd word here and there. Middlesex winning it for the first time since '93. Yorkshire winning it 3 times on the bounce. Or Somerset winning it for the first time.
Well, if you're a romantic,
Yeah.
it has to be the Somerset.
The Somerset
Story,
story. You're
doesn't
just
it?
playing up to those members who are listening in the bar at Somerset.
There's something about that county, though. You go around and people speak as fondly about Somerset as anywhere, I think.
What about the romance of Jason Gillespie?
Yeah.
Winning it 3 times and disappearing into an Adelaide sunset.
If Yorkshire do it for the 3rd time, it'd be a quite incredible achievement, given the players that they lose to England on a regular basis. Here at Lord's without Bairstow and Root and Rashid. They lose as many as 6 players from time to time. So it would be a quite incredible achievement. I don't think it quite has the romance necessarily that a first win for Somerset would have.
Willie may think he's getting a bit of reverse, so he's trying the round the wicket ploy, shining the ball. Yeah, maybe he is. Angle in, drift away.
Curious shot from Eskenazi, and it got a bit of a look from David Willey. Definitely trying to find a bit of reverse swing from around the wicket, so he's bringing another man over now from the leg side to the off, probably going into the gully region, just in case Eskenazi wants to have another waft at something that is a bit short and wide. They'll be eager to get down the striker's end, will Malan, with Lunch 2 deliveries away, and he's on 99. Excellent delivery from Willie, and it's been a rather unsettling start for Eskenazi, who has missed more balls than he's hit, but he's still there, as is Malan, who's played very well for 99. He'll have to wait until after lunch to get that 100, and Middlesex have had a pretty good morning. They lead by 81 at lunch on the final day.
They do. It's 81 for 3. All eyes on the captains later today. You feel that this is going to be a slow burner. Suddenly it's going to come to life. But Middlesex have fought back well from being 2 for 2 They go to lunch at 201 for 3. Yorkshire just got a little bit of spin and a little bit of reverse swing before lunch. But really, it is how brave both captains, how much do they want to win the county championship.
First session done and dusted. 120 for 1 Middlesex in 32 overs. They've got a lead of 81. Game you just think is still being manoeuvred along. Plenty of overs left in the day, 64. Pitch has not deteriorated at all. It's still very, very flat. Afternoon session to come. Two for 2, Middlesex against the new ball. Now reads 201 for 3. New ball in 10 overs, all sorts of things to consider. Lead is 81 and Dawid Milan on strike, he's on 99. Go back.
Been thinking about that single all through the lunch break. Nervous 99.
Oh, Rafa!
Yorkshire would love a wicket or two before that new ball is due. Middlesex, I've no doubt, will just keep on batting. Leading by 81. Try and get to tee. See where they are then.
It's a single this time to Ryan Sidebottom. Goes through for his 17th first-class century. Dawid Milan.
Third of the season for Dawid Milan. 11 fours in this one, and gets a standing ovation from the dressing room, and a really good round of applause from the crowd here at Lord's, which is a pretty good one here on this lovely Friday afternoon in September.
100 from 203 deliveries, 11 fours. Is that a bit of turn?
Great movement in there.
Yeah, I think it's just starting to turn, isn't it? Just a hint of that before lunch. It's been a pretty flat pitch right up until this fourth day.
Yeah, that is nice.
A little bit of rough outside the right-hander's off stump there, caused by follow through of the left-handers. David Willey and Ryan Sidebottom bowled at the nursery end.
Yes, Rafa, lovely Rafa.
202 for 3.
Came in when Middlesex were in a spot of bother at 2 for 2. Batted calmly and serenely last evening. And moved through the gears. I wouldn't say he's in top gear as yet. Strike rate of just less than 50. But it's been a very solid and accomplished innings from Milan. Put on 198 with Gubbins. Gubbins out for 93 just before lunch.
David Willey then from the nursery end. Just 5 overs in the 71 that have been bowled. 5 overs, none for 16. Everybody's surmising what's going to happen in this afternoon session. Run rate is still under 3 and over. say they went to Middlesex at 4 and over. For 30 overs, that's 120, that's 200 on, round about tee. One thing that everybody knows, this pitch is not going to change. Yorkshire attacking Eskenazi with 3 slips.
I'm not surprised. He had a jittery start, hasn't he? 14 balls. Played and missed a number of times before lunch. A couple of centuries earlier in the summers for Eskenazi.
I think David Willey just looking to get something in the air, whether it's reverse swing. Certainly not going to get any movement off the pitch. Trying a different line from around the wicket.
You know, chatting to Bob Key this morning, David, about variation and the amount of variation you would see from these bowlers in one-day cricket. And yet we see little of it, or we've seen little of it, on a pitch that demands that you try and impart a little bit of variation. It's not a pitch you can just run up and bowl and let the seam and the pitch do the work. You've got to do something.
We talked about this yesterday. Somebody like Jimmy Anderson, say, would be experimenting. You can, in a test match, experiment with cutters, leg cutters, off cutters.
You'd also like a little bit of imagination shown by the captain. Get the captain and bowler together and say, right, what can we do here to just try and change up a bit, disrupt the batsman? We've got a standard field, 2 slips, a gully, ring of 3 on the offside, 2 on the leg side. That's it. There's no short leg slip, short extra cover, short mid-wicket, and no real indication that the bowlers want to make something happen.
Just a single from the over, 203 for 3.
Come on, boys. Lovely that ball, man. Boys, hey! Here you go, man. Thank you. Great start, Raf. That's lovely, pal. Yeah, I like it.
No move yet from Middlesex to just step it up.
Come on, Rafa. Yeah, on it, on it. Yes, Brezzy.
Trying hard to get any sort of spin, there's none.
Beautiful this, Beaky.
No, nothing off the pitch itself. They may get a little bit of something out of those follow-throughs. We saw that last over, but the main surface of the pitch still pretty good.
Ah! Oh! Great bowling, Raf. Nice and aggressive, pal. That's real good, mate. Real good, Raf. Class, pal.
Relaxing day, or is it a relaxing day for Somerset?
I wouldn't have thought it's very relaxing, waiting to see whether you've won the county championship or not, knowing that you can do no more about it. Did all they could at Taunton.
They had a flying run, haven't they? They won 5 from 7. Heard that the players were getting down to the ground at Taunton round about 1 o'clock. Just a single, 204 for 3.
Somerset players just turning up for a little livener, do you think? A lunchtime livener.
Can't see any of the players there as yet. Most people were here for breakfast, having lunch now. Other scores done and dusted yesterday at Taunton. Paul Hallett look away now. Lancashire 73 for 7. Durham, what's happening there? Oh, 51 without loss. Fraction of swing for Willie. Quick look again. Durham need another 245 there. Hampshire have to win that to stay up.
Yeah, that's the only saving grace as far as Lancashire are concerned. It looks a pretty dismal batting performance, both in the first and the second innings from Lancashire. But if Durham manage to draw or win that game, then Hampshire will go down. Hampshire win, they stay up, and Lancashire will go down.
You're watching social media and everybody's having a view as to how many will it be, how many will they leave. Will they bat all day? Not give Yorkshire a chance?
I think Middlesex have got to give themselves a chance of winning this, haven't they? Got to. Prize is too big not to have a shot at it.
Well, we've seen the championship as it is now, with Somerset at the top. Let's just rewind a couple of months. This is at the end of June, after 8 and 7 matches. What a different picture. Two big teams up there, Yorkshire and Middlesex, are around. Somerset just with 1 win and is it 4th from bottom and mid-table. But Lancashire played 8-1-3. Swing.
Yeah, at that time, Lancashire won 3 games, they haven't won a game since. 3 games by the end of May and at the top of the table. Just shows how everything can change, and it's been so tight this year. I mean, we've entered the last round of matches here this week with 6 teams concerned with either promotion, well, not promotion, championship or relegation. Somerset, Middlesex, Yorkshire still all with a chance of winning it. And Lancashire, Warwickshire and Hampshire still with a chance of being relegated. 204 for 3.
it just shows you when you at the end of June how competitive the Division 1 is. Promotion and relegation. 2 teams down and 1 come up for next season. Restructure of county cricket starts next season. But this game, Middlesex not doing very much, just lead by 84.
That's a lovely start, Rafa. That is real good.
Not playing any big shots, and you can go down the ground, you can go deep mid-wicket. Only 1 fielder on the boundary at deep square leg. So I think what we're seeing is that Middlesex are playing to their plan.
Yeah, I think by playing this way, they're putting the onus firmly on Yorkshire to try and make the running, either to take wickets or eventually chase down what will be probably an improbable total that they feel they'll have to try and get anyway. That'll be Middlesex's best and only chance of taking wickets.
Get him!
I think Yorkshire are inviting Middlesex, the 2 at the crease. You can come down the pitch if you want, mid-on and mid-off for saving 1. Azim Rafiq, he's very influential one-day cricketer, but he's only taken 2 championship wickets. He's only played a handful of games.
Oh, Brixie! Like it, Raf. Like it, Raf. Lovely this, Fiki. Oh, that's nice.
Maiden over. 204 for 3. Well, I mentioned that the Somerset players would be arriving. There they go. I bet they've had a cracking night. Is Chris Rogers here at the front? I think it is Chris Rogers. He's an ace dancer, that lad. Proper dancer. Proper dancer.
What sort of ballroom or disco?
No, disco dance. Well, I don't know whether they call it disco dancing, but dancing on your own.
Dancing on your own. Now there's a pastime.
Non-stop dancing.
Yeah.
Well, he ain't dancing now.
Well, maybe you'll have an opportunity later.
I remember seeing him after an Ashes game. Travolta-esque. I bet you didn't know that, did you?
I didn't.
I think they call he's a mover. That's what they say. He's a mover.
You wouldn't have thought it, would
No,
you? Looking at him
no.
at the crease, you wouldn't have thought he's got the moves.
Retired now, Chris Rogers, 39 years of age. That'll be a bit of Sanatogen or something. Wing harness. Well, I hope he's got 2 drinks going. Been a long night.
I wonder what the Somerset players will want out of this game. Well, I know what they'll want. They want a draw, but how do they think? What do they want Middlesex to do? What do they want Yorkshire to do? Just, I suppose, carry on in this vein and make it just Middlesex bat all day. Can't see that happening though.
Well, we have mentioned that it's £374,000 for winning it. So Somerset right now are sitting on 374,000. 169,000 for second. I think it's 88,000 for third.
And Yorkshire, lose or draw, finish third, don't they?
Yeah, that's the way I see it. It's another maiden, 204 for 3.
Adam.
Right, folks, 6 overs since lunch and just 3 runs. Middlesex have their own plan.
Yes. Oh wow, you've gone with it.
Just wonder whether there's any thought of lighting the blue touch paper at any stage by Middlesex. Not in Eskenazi's makeup at the moment. 28 minutes he's been there for naught.
26 deliveries.
Get him!
Has he got a little tickle on this? Well, he's off the mark. Sarcastic cheers, that'd be from the Yorkshire contingent. Lad this morning, I mentioned, he'd come down at 4 o'clock this morning, he came from Doncaster.
You've been brilliant here, bud.
What are you doing up then?
No, he said he'd come, he said.
Yes.
Just met him outside the lift when I come in, about 9ish.
Ah, right.
Oh, I've come down from Donny.
You were just getting in at 9 o'clock this morning. Where have you been?
No, I was just coming to the ground at 9
Oh,
o'clock.
I see.
Yes.
So 4 o'clock in the morning from Doncaster to see Yorkshire win today. That's what he'd be hoping, of course.
That's what he said. There'll be a few here from Ponte Carlo and Cas Vegas.
Easy, you bowled well here, ref. This is nice, mate. Let's see.
Fine leg comes up into the circle, just saving one. Mid on and mid off, come back up. Go over the top if you want.
Yes, Rafa, that's a great 6, mate. Brilliant, mate.
It's a bit of a mystery.
Go on then, I'll ask you what you would be doing if you were in charge, coach or captain of Middlesex. What would you be saying to them now?
Well, everybody's different, and I think that you should be, or I would be wanting to push on, get me runs on the board, get as many runs to make it difficult for Yorkshire. I'm going to leave you something because there's this big prize at the end of it all that I want a grip of that prize. I want a piece of it. And so I'm going to make it difficult for you. and I'm going to give you so many overs, but I want there to be plenty of runs.
What, a 10 and over chase? Something like that, 8 and over chase?
Yeah, eight. The other thing to consider, you know, people might be talking, oh, 20 over game, but there's no fielding restrictions. There's no power play, so it's not actually a 20 over game.
You can have all your fielders out on the boundary if you want, at any stage through the rest of this game.
There's all sorts of things to consider. You didn't win the county championship, did you?
Second.
Yeah, I'd never won it, and so there's that prize. I was in a team that won it. These are professional players, whether you like it or not. There's a massive money prize. The other thing, and I'm dead serious about this, is that you asked me what I'd do. My first instinct is I am a gambler, I gamble. You may have another line of thoughts, and that they're not gamblers. I don't gamble.
Yeah, but it's this is surely an all or nothing scenario, this, isn't it, to win the championship? I know there's money per man on this as well, depending whether you finish first, second or third, but the championship is the prize, and it's got to be worth a gamble, even if you're not much of a gambler.
But I'm sure we can tell everybody that that is a huge thing on your CV. As a county cricketer, I was in a team that won the county championship. So you think of the lads down at Somerset, you know, all the work that they've done, all the graft, all the hard work. They've won 5 of the last 7. They're top of the league right now. They've never, ever, Somerset, won the championship. Never. So it's going to be a real special thing for them. And you look at the players that they've got, somebody like Peter Tregear, who's been around a long, long time, never won the county championship. Then you've got young kids like the Overtons and Lewis Gregory. You've got plenty more years.
What about Marcus Trescothick, who's played with such distinction for England and Somerset for 20 years?
Is that the same bloke that's playing? I thought it was his lad. Might get 2 to side bottom. No, just 1. 208 for 3.
.56 overs left in the day. They'll bowl those, apart from the couple of overs that are knocked off at change of innings, should there be one. See Middlesex batting for another 30 overs here.
Since we had 2 divisions, the first division of the championship, there have been 202 players who have won the county championship. Fielded again. Here we go.
Yeah, ironic cheers. We've had 7 runs in the best part of half an hour prior to that shot. Eskenazi taking his frustration out with a skip down the pitch and a lofted drive over the leg side.
Yeah, that's nice, Raf. That's it, top chip in here, boys. Top building after lunch, guys. We've been brilliant here. Oh, wow. Rafa, that is splendid.
Plenty of encouragement being given to Rafiq, but not much encouragement to the ball to turn.
Good Fiki, loving your work today, pal. Stephen, excellent out there, mate.
Just watching Ryan Sidebottom in the field, I don't think he's relishing another bowl.
He's seized up.
He has, he's seized up. Oh, slows that off the field. Off the pitch, off the field. Time for me to go. 215 for 3. Lead is 95. There's not a lot happening. Let's see if these two can liven it up for this next half hour. Nasser Hussain and Eric Cantona. Oh no, it's Rob Key.
.95 the lead. Overs remaining in the day. 54.5. Bat till tea. Have a look. See the equation. Set the oppo 200. 25 overs.
That looks about right. Bat till tea. Eskenazi, 9 off 39 balls. Spinner on as well, right hand, and not a huge amount of turn. Just seem like they're taking unnecessary time out of the game, but it's not a simple solution to how you go about this. The big question, all of that's fine, whatever happens, what you set them, stuff like that, but it's just really then, how prepared are Yorkshire just to throw caution to the wind? Does there come a point where Yorkshire say this is unmanageable? Obviously not before they go out to bat, they'll be the wickets in with 10 wickets, they'll go hard, but does there come a point and say, do you know what, this is ridiculous, you're not going to have it?
Well, even then you could chuck up a few, bowl a few lob ups, keep them interested. You have them 20 for 2 and they're not going anywhere, give them 40, 50 to keep them sweet, keep them interested, and then go again. Always keep the oppo interested. Has been a directive from the ECB, though, about lob-ups, that it just can't be ridiculous. You can't have bowlers run up, bowl 5 yards outside off stump, fielders not trying to go and get the ball. So it
have to look relatively normal. A lot of people sat here, sat at Somerset, sat at home, saying, "All right, let's get rid of the next hour and a half. Let's get to the fast bit, the fun bit at the end."
You normally on the fourth day of a match, people come in free, stuff like that, don't you? Especially for the last couple of sessions. You actually could start charging people just for the last session. It's all just going to go along, just meander along until that last session.
Is there a tickle there? Half an appeal from behind the wicket. Nothing from Rob Bailey. 216 for 3.
Off the pad. His first thought. Close to the buckle. But it sounded a lot woodier than it probably would have done if it just hit the pad full on.
Bit of a discussion going on. I think that's Andrew Gale gone off the field. He's going to have a word with Gillespie. Maybe there's a chat. Shall we go and have a word with the Oppo? Maybe it's about the new ball. Shall we take the new ball? He says, yep, take it. David Willey might swing it.
Either that or it's Ryan Sidebottom.
Ryan Sidebottom looks away. Oh, is it Sidebottom? It is.
The stiffest man in England comes on to bowl.
Yeah, new ball taken. And the 38-year-old, a very stiff-looking 38-year-old. Batting was hard work yesterday. Look at him go down there just in instalments.
I'm not sure he would have got... It looks like it's crept up on Yorkshire, this second new ball. Because Gale's off the field, so he's had to tell whoever's captaining at the minute to take it. So that means he probably hasn't given Sidebottom the nod a couple of overs earlier to say get loose. So he's now having to double that up, whipping those arms around.
Keep an eye on the pace of this first ball from Ryan Sidebottom. Bowled pretty well. Not a lot in it in this pitch for him. Not a lot of swing. One final push. The best way to win this game and win the county championship is to bowl Middlesex out. One final push of option A. This is with the new ball. Just about got to the keeper. What speed? I'm looking at the radar. Did register. 79 mile an hour.
Did you hear the groan coming through the stump, Mike? A little bit of shape though, no pace. Sometimes worse that when someone's so stiff you're expecting, you know what's going to come from Ryan Sidebottom, and then when it's that much slower than his average ball, 79 is actually not that far away. It can do you a little bit. Get ready, extra cover. Clip one to square leg up in the air.
That's a good nut. It took him 3 deliveries, but that was a beauty.
New ball is talking. 150 is enough. Comes back in down the slope to Eskenazi, and then it just decks away. That is a proper super delivery. Opened him right up.
7 more of those, and Yorkshire will win it. Find the edge.
The other thing, 2020's been a bit of a nightmare as far as 4-day cricket's concerned, and declarations. You always overplay the run chase at the end, where you think, well, you just go off a 20-over game, but it's completely different. There's nothing to say, all right, if you just give it the long handle, you might come off because there's not much bounce. But on a 4-day-old pitch that's been slow from ball 1, if you played a 20-over game on here without restrictions, without a brand new ball, well, they'd have that. Without a white ball, which tends at times to do a lot less. Pings off the bat a bit more.
Yeah, that's what people forget. They'll see the declaration possibly and say 160 in 20 overs, and they'll say, well, you can get that. That's what we get in 20-over cricket. But it's such a different game. Once it's going around the park, you can have all your men back. You can bowl bouncers, you can bowl wider, you can hide the ball down the leg side. Any white ball that's bowled down the leg side is a wide, not with the red ball. So there's so many different options as a captain, as a bowler you have. .217 for 3. Variety of news coming in from the county circuit. Ben Duckett has signed a new contract with Northants till 2018. A lot of rumours about whether he'd leave Northants at the end of the season. They've lost a lot of good players. He's staying. Also in that crucial game down at the Ageas Bowl, Keaton Jennings has just got out, so Durham have lost their first wicket. Talking to good cricketers who have left Northants over the years, here's one. Jack Brooks. For 37, pick of the bowlers in the first innings, bowled beautifully. In the air, just wide of Brooks's left hand, and it will hurry away for 4.
Brooks is always going to give himself a chance to get the ball right up there. A little bit of swing, but it swung early out of his hand. Often he gets that angle in and then to go away. Eskenazi just hit through the line. For a second, he might have thought Brooks would cling on. It was just wide enough.
Lead goes over 100. Middlesex 101 for 3 effectively. They will want at least 100 more, at least.
Just feel though that the longer they bat, the more the draw comes in.
Not if you have streetwise captains, not if you keep them interested. If you get wickets and they're shutting up shop and it's very difficult, give them a few runs, keep them a bit more interested.
Then if that's the case, you may as well pull out a bit sooner.
No, because it's so flat. You don't want to pull out too soon. You want to make sure whatever Yorkshire chase is really difficult. They have to go full on. They have to give it everything. They can't stroll. That was off, middle and off. just been hearing that the third umpire says the players want drinks. Maybe that's because it's a warm day. Maybe that's just an opportunity for a little bit of a chat between the captains.
So Gale still off. Gary Balance manoeuvring the field and talking to his bowler, Jack Brooks. So you'd think that Gale's had a long chat with Gillespie and trying to think of various options, what they can do. Do we go and chat to James Franklin and say, right, come on, mate, what are we doing?
Maybe they have done, and maybe now the message comes out and Gary Balance has a bowl.
Or maybe he now is coming out to ask his players and say, look, this is, what do you boys think? Batters, what do you think?
Or it might just be a warm day and they want a drink. 224 for 3.
Pick that up. Lost. Just get counted on the 100 things.
Well, it was a long chat in the huddle. Gary Balance, Gale the captain, all the players were involved. What's the plan? Where are we going with this skip? Are we still trying to bowl them out? Are we trying to offer them runs? What shall we do? What are they doing? Who's going to blink first? Who's going to bowl? So it's still plan A, still Ryan side bottom. Middlesex want to give Yorkshire nothing. Yorkshire feel the same about Middlesex.
This is where stubbornness could just kill both sides. Neither wants to give an inch.
Gale came on for drinks. He's now wandering up. Will he go left or right? If he goes left, he's just going back to Gillespie. If he goes right, he's going to go and see Franklin. Pitch. Any more intent from Middlesex at all? Just a message from their camp. Come on, let's get on with it. Let's buy ourselves time. Rob Key's point.
Do you then just set more attacking fields? Just say, right, go on, then you can have a few runs. We're not going to lob them up for you, but put another slip in, leave the gap at extra cover.
There's a lot of chat going on and off the field. Gale is off. He goes on, chats to his team. What do you think about the offer? It's like buying a house. Go back to your missus. You say, what's the offer? Is it any good? No, I'm going back. Let's get another offer. Then take it back to your team. Who blinks first? One thing's for certain, there's some very stiff-looking cricketers out there. A long, hard season, and every bowler is feeling it.
The bowlers will be the most desperate to get off the field. The batters, they'll have some work to do.
Do you know what? It'll probably come down to a bowler later as well, hit the winning run.
City again, Ryan side bottom.
Either block out the last over to prevent Middlesex winning it, or go and get 5 off the last over, Ryan, to win 3 in a row.
There's a good thing about being an opener when you got to tense situations, and it was always the bowlers having to go, and they'd sit there with their full gear on, helmet on, playing every ball, ducking every bouncer.
Just hearing that the Warwickshire-Lancashire game has finished. Warwickshire have won comfortably, 109 all out. Lancashire, so all eyes at the bottom of the table will be on the game at the Aegeus Bowl. Durham at the moment 81 for 1, needing another 215. A draw will not be good enough for Hampshire in that game. They need to win. They need 9 wickets. That's 4 more.
Inside Nick goes fine enough. Ryan Sidebottom had his hands on his knees and just couldn't believe that they got that fine enough for a boundary. It wasn't a bad ball. It must be so frustrating when you bowl a decent ball and it goes fine. A fine leg never looks like getting a catch.
The lead's 111. Squirted away, so this new ball is leaking runs.
Runs might not be a bad thing for either team, just might get this game moving forward. It's just going anywhere particularly quickly at the minute, so the odd boundary might just move it along.
So Somerset won yesterday, they're top at the moment. Lancashire have lost today, so all eyes on the bottom game. Hampshire must win, a draw is not good enough for them. Durham irrelevant to them, apart from they want to win their last game, and Stoneman wants a good send-off there. Stoneman and Borthwick moving away from Durham, going to Surrey. Stoneman has 54 at the moment. Crane, the leg spinner with the wicket. They say it's spinning there. As it stands, the table. Hampshire deducted 3 points. They will go down. 2 go down, 1 come up. That's Essex. £16 points up for grabs here. Yorkshire would go to 227, which would be enough, just comfortably enough for Middlesex. Two, 3, 5 for 3.
It's nice lengths that, buddy. Change your bowling, right arm over. Right arm over. Good enough. Thank you.
Not a lot of movement in that dressing room. Tim Bresnan into the attack. He's only been off the field for 43 minutes in the whole game. Genuine all-rounder, batting at 5, bowling his overs by well in the first innings, batted brilliantly.
Yeah, as good a knock as you'll see in circumstances in domestic cricket. Just what he had to withstand from Roland Jones, Murtagh, Finn early on with the new ball, with the ball moving around, then how he had to then marshal the tail.
Again, leaking runs, the new ball. 4 more.
It's going to be the way, actually, because there's not much bounce, so then you just want to bowl straight and full. So you get it too straight and you're going to get the odd tickle down the leg side. Same thing when Middlesex do eventually come to bowl, assuming that they do. They're just going to be pretty straight, pretty full. It's not going to be easy to smash the ball around because there's not much bounce. You want bounce. Somewhere like the Oval, when you play there, and it just, even if it's a slow pitch, you always get a bit of bounce, which seems to go onto the middle of the bat. Here it hits low on the bat on a low wicket.
Going to push you, Rob. I know you're a betting man. If I had to push you, if you had to say one winner of the county championship now, where are you going?
I'm going Somerset. I think I said that. I just think there's a point now where Middlesex or Yorkshire, I just think they'll go too far, Middlesex in particular, where Yorkshire aren't going to be in the business. If they feel that it's not a fair declaration, there's no reason why they should give them a fair declaration, but I think there comes a point where they don't go for it. I think they go really hard, yeah, they burn a few wickets, but then at some point, if they need 10, 12 and over and there's 6 or 7 down, I don't think I'm sending Stephen Patterson out and say, go on then, go and get me 12, 15 and over. I think I'm saying, no, you go there and just someone else can have it, not Middlesex.
And I'm going to give Patterson 20 runs, have 20 runs. I'm going to bowl whoever and give him some freebies and keep you interested.
You know, I don't think I've ever seen that. I've seen that in a club game when I played for Beckenham. We had a captain who did that. He used to chuck them up. If the side were blocking out in a win-lose draw, and he'd chuck them up and they'd say, oh, here we go, we're only at 5s now. And we won. There was anarchy in that side because everyone was, you shouldn't play cricket that way. And
yep, you can bet that's what they'll be saying at Somerset if things like that happen here. Contrived finishes, pushing the limits of what's right and what's wrong. They've won properly down there.
Yeah, but how bad would you look? You start just chucking balls up and then Patterson goes and gets them home. I think it's a tough day for a captain, no doubt. I keep saying it. Well, we've never won the championship. Second's the best, but we were never in this position with these sorts of scenarios going on.
I think it's a great day to be a captain, actually. Days like this is where you earn your cash. Work out a way. There's always something, I think Brearley wrote in his book. As captain, you've always got to feel there's something you can do. Do something. 239 for 3.
Rude.
239 for 3. The lead 119. Atherton, Colville.
Thank you, Nasser. An hour of the afternoon session gone. 38 runs scored in 15 overs. Middlesex not exactly piling it on. New ball has been taken. Michael, where do you think this is going at the moment? There's all sorts of powwows and chats going on left, right and centre. Instructions coming out with 12th men. Captain off the field for a bit and then for consultation. Another chat. I wonder whether the captains have talked to the... Is that why Andrew Gale went off?
Shush, I'm trying to listen to the stump microphone. I'm trying to listen to what's going on here, and then I'll let you know what they're going to do. Aye, aye. Aye, aye. It might just be going a bit quicker now. There's a bit of conversation here.
Lazy. I can't bowl.
Andrew Gale wanted to bring himself on, but has just been told by the umpires that he's been off the field, so he can't bowl.
So do we think Andrew Gale went off when we saw him on the balcony having a chat in the Yorkshire dressing room? He went across to the Middlesex dressing room and had a chat. Do we think that's what's happened?
Yeah, just looking at what was going on there, conversation between the Middlesex batsman and a 12th man, a conversation between Gale and his little cohort, and then a short chat between Milan and Gale, as you were wittering on, Charles, just as I was trying to listen to the stump microphone. The assumption must be that some kind of agreement might have been reached, that Yorkshire will give some runs now. Not give some runs, will make it easier for Middlesex to score runs, and a declaration may come at some point. Whatever it is, it ain't popular down in Somerset.
Well, they are giving them runs, because look at this field. Everybody's coming up. There's all sorts of comings and goings and chattings going on here. Nobody out in the deep at the moment. Adam Lythe is going to have a bowl. He bowled 3 overs for 9 runs. He bowled an over last night and then 1 or 2 first thing this morning.
Lythe, what are you bowling in, mate?
Well, Yorkshire have tried to bowl Middlesex out. Basically, they haven't been able to. And now they're saying, OK. We'll give them some easy runs as Eskenazi leaps out of his bunker and plants that into the stand. And it won't be the first 4 we see this over.
Well, now, the question that is being asked down at Somerset is this the right way to play the game? Is this bringing the game into disrepute?
It's not bringing the game into disrepute. It's happened since time immemorial in the county championship. Cast your mind back to 3-day cricket in the mists of time when I first started to play, and this was a regular, if not necessarily excellent part of the game, but it was a regular part of the game. Who was it? Steve O'Shaughnessy got the fastest 100, didn't he, in about 35 minutes, if memory serves, beating Percy Fender's fastest 100, and that was declaration bowling, as indeed is this.
Well, there's an awful lot of cheering going on here, but This is rather tedious to watch, to be honest.
Yeah, but it might be setting up a game later on. There were 1 or 2 boos just in the crowd as well, just listening to the reaction. But it's clear what's happening. And all of a sudden, a different atmosphere down at Taunton, I'm sure. I think I'm right in saying what you can't do. Do you remember the Reverend Andrew Wingfield Digby did this once in a first-class game for Oxford and just bowled 4 wides down the leg side? Every ball was 4 byes down the leg side. I don't think you can do that now. But there's nothing in the regulations, in the laws of the game to stop this. As Eskenazi takes another 4. How many off that over? 22? 22 from the over, and there may be a few more yet. The lead suddenly escalates to 141.
Well, Alex Lees is now into the attack. So Alex Lees will bowl something off about half a pace. In fact, I'm not even sure we're going to have half a pace, are we?
I can tell you now, I would have been useless at hitting this kind of ball. I can think of Nasser as well. He wouldn't have been able to hit this stuff off the square. It would have got totally embarrassing of them trying to give you runs and you couldn't hit them.
Oh, lazy.
This is when your left arm filth would have come in very useful, Charles.
Going to rise above that and treat it with the contempt which it deserves. And that's a wicket. So I don't know whether that's in the plot or not, but Milan has just slapped a horrible full toss straight at square leg. Jack Brooks has taken the catch. And Milan has to trudge off for 116. And despite the rather tame end, it has been a brilliant innings.
Yeah, an innings played for the vast majority of time under great pressure. And then faced with a donkey drop from Alex Lees. Dear me, you can't imagine a worse way to get out. Lees trying to give runs, gets his first-class wicket. Somehow Jack Brooks sticks out a right hand and Milan has gone. But let's not forget what a wonderful contribution he's made here today. 116 for him, 265 for 4 to lead 145.
They get another couple of wickets. They bring back Brooks.
Well, John Simpson out into the thick of it. Getting a bit of chat from Alex Lees. He's probably saying, you are in real trouble here. That average is going to take a tumble here, pal.
I was just thinking, if Alex Lees sneaks another wicket like that, could they then bring back Brooks and side bottom, try and bowl them out? Or is that not the done thing?
And Simpson away, where Milan clothed one to square leg. He's hit it sweetly away for 4, so his first scoring shot. Here's the wicket again. Just watch Jack Brooks here. I think Brooks was thinking of letting that go. I don't really want to catch that. And then he sticks out a hand sort of as though he has to. And finally does. Cling on to it.
The other thing to note, as Simpson kind of mistimes it really, it won't go to the edge, is that there are a whole host of 12th men and coaching staff out on the leg side just to save time.
Let's go, boys.
They're just there as ball boys.
270 for 4, 9 off that over.
As one of those 12 men, there are at least 4 in tracksuits, 4 of the coaching staff that I can see. There's another. A whole heap of players in bibs. Even Dizzy's come out.
The thing is, time actually is irrelevant, isn't it? Unless you think bad light's going to come in at the end of the day.
Not irrelevant for Middlesex.
But it's overs. It's overs in the day.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
Them fishing the ball out of the stand. It's just it's not as if they're desperate for more. It's not as if they're trying to save time.
Well, you can bowl more than the allotted time as well, if you so wish.
Do you think?
Unlikely.
I don't think. I think once they've done a deal, I think that's where they'll get to, unless suddenly they reckon that Yorkshire are 8 down, and then they might squeeze a few in. Well, Adam Ly's figures, which were 3 overs 0 for 9, are 4.3 overs 0 for 43. They've taken a bit of a battering.
Question is really how generous Middlesex are going to be, if at all, what the arrangement is. Because suddenly Yorkshire, well, the day has turned to their favour, you would think, depending on what is the agreement.
Fifth 4 in the over. Lead up to 170.
Oh.
Well, it's worth keeping an eye on the overs remaining. Now the lead is 170. It's suddenly shot up. Overs remaining 46. You lose 2 for the changeover, unless that declaration comes around T. I was trying to hear over the stump microphone. I heard about 37 overs. So whether that means another 9 overs, how many would they get at this rate in 9 overs? As many as they like. They set them 337.
That's a 50 for Stevie Eskenazi. Do you think that if there was a chat, and there must have been a chat between the 2 captains, they then had to take it to Tony Pygott, who's the ECB's match liaison officer, and just get it rubber stamped by him that they weren't suddenly going to get done in some obscure way for doing something which they shouldn't have done?
Well, it's a good question. That's why these cricket liaison officers are here in the crucial games at the end of the season.
Oh, he's bowled in. So Lees has 2 and looks a bit embarrassed about it all, to be honest with you, because I'm not sure it's part of the plan. But Simpson has gone for 31.
Saying, what more can I do? Just donkey drop it on a length to be hit, and Milana's gone, and now Simpson's gone for 31. The lead 183, 303 for 5.
How on earth could you miss that, for goodness sake?
Bizarre, isn't it? The bowlers toil away, over after over, can't get a break through. Donkey droppers come on and pick up 2.
You think it was always part of the Middlesex ploy, but we'll just grind it out and eventually Yorkshire will blink and come and say to us, right, what do you want? We'll give you some runs and then you can set us something. Because in that period immediately after lunch, when the new ball had been taken, and it was difficult, but there was absolutely
the
no
thing is,
intent
it has to be a
Middlesex.
very short and hard chase, or it's going to be a short chase. Let's say it's 37 overs or what, 30 overs. It has to be a very hard chase, because what they need is for Yorkshire to have to score at such a rate that they commit suicide almost. And we have to keep going, Yorkshire, because that's their only way of creating history. Under normal circumstances on this pitch, 30 overs, 37 overs, nowhere near enough time to bowl a side out, unless they have to score at such a rate that they commit suicide.
Just worth noting who we have to bat. We've got Eskenazi out there on 54. Franklin now comes in at 7. Then Roland Jones, Rayner, Finn and Murtagh. It's not inconceivable that, as we've seen with Milan and Simpson, that in their efforts to score quick runs, they could just make a mess of it, which would be a bit farcical. But then all of a sudden Yorkshire are chasing 210 in rather a lot of time. So Franklin opens with a 4, followed by a 6. And Middlesex lead by 193.
Well, one thing for sure is the modern cricketer has never been better equipped than now to hit bad bowling for 6. You see it all the time in the nets. They call it range hitting. Just get little throwdowns and they practice hitting the ball into the stand time and time again.
.45 overs left in the day at the moment. Take off 2 for in between. That's 43. So if you're right, Nasser, about 37. Michael, if you're right about 37, it's another 6 overs of mayhem. Another 60, maybe 250. Well, everybody up in the circle, so anytime you beat the field, it's 4 runs. Pressure on Lyth to bowl a real pie here as opposed to something vaguely decent. It's 3 dots. That's better.
Yes, there was a complaint, wasn't there, the ball before? He's bowling into the rough. How can I be expected to hit those? Cue a Lyth long hop.
Lovely, Adam.
So only 10 off that over. 2 scoring shots, a 4 and a 6. 323 for 5. The lead is 203. Well, there's an example of exactly how much Yorkshire are trying to feed Middlesex. That was never a four, but Balance just escorted it to the boundary.
Oh, easy.
When you see this happening, though, you can think why the administrators moved to 4-day cricket eventually solely. It was 3-day cricket for a long time, but covered pitches came in, and it went to a mixture of 3-day cricket and 4-day cricket. But on good covered pitches that generally play on in the modern era, very difficult to force a result in 3 days.
Jim Robinson getting in on the act now, calling that a wide.
Yeah. I reckon this used to happen on half a dozen occasions in an average year for a county side back in the day of 3-day cricket.
.332 for 5. Adam Lyth will continue from the nursery end. Eskenazi on 64. Eskenazi on 68. I know why they're doing it, and I know it's gone on for a long time, but it's not easy to watch, is it? It's
dreadful to watch. But it's the ends justifying the means, I guess.
Just hearing that Somerset players, another over ticks by, 341 for 5. The Somerset players are saying that they're frustrated by what they're watching, but they understand why it's happening. As professional cricketers, they would probably have done it themselves at some stage, or if they'd been in this position. More interestingly, Andrew Hildreth has just told Sky Sports News, James Hildreth has just told Sky Sports News that when he got hit on the ankle on day 1 of that test match and he made 100 with a runner, he actually suffered a clean break.
Yeah, it's incredible. I saw the photos on Twitter and various places. It looked a real mess, didn't it? Incredible innings of fortitude and bravery.
2-2-5 the lead now. Overs left in the game, Richard. 41 after this one. Take off 2 for in between. 39. 2 more overs, 250 and 37 maybe. Some reason or other, no run. 7 and over off 37 would be around 260. They're on 225 at the moment.
Easy.
A bit of a slow hand clap starting to ripple around Lords. Lee's coming round the wicket now. .351 for 5, lead 231.
I think I'm right in saying my old mate Neil Fairbairn, in one of his early games for Lancashire at Birmingham, Edgbaston, there was an agreement between the captains to set a certain declaration, and Neil Fairbairn had got to 90 odd. Might have been his debut, I'm not sure. But because the captains had made an agreement, John Abrahams was the Lancashire captain, I think. Maybe Bob Willis was the Warwickshire captain. Abrahams had no choice but to declare the young debutant 90 odd not out.
But it wouldn't have been a proper first-class 100 if it was against this sort of filth, would it? Or did that not really matter?
Caused quite a stir. It's a long time back, 1984 or something.
I don't think we better
quite a stir.
We better not get into captains that declared on batsmen in the 90s, had we?
Absolutely. Richard has confirmed that it was Neil Fairbairn the second game for Lancashire, and he ended up 94 not out. Bob Willis and John Abrahams, the captains.
in the air, and goodness only knows what's going on out there. Franklin looked like he was just trying to sort of bunt it into the onside and nearly chipped it straight back to mid-on.
Give me a wicket.
Franklin has given his wicket away, and the declaration has come at 3:59 for 6. So Yorkshire need 240 to win the game, and that is T as well. 240 in 40 overs. That's 6 and over. I think Yorkshire should be pretty happy with that, and Somerset will be absolutely seething.
Seems on the generous side to me. Not a lot of time to think about it, but 240 and 40 seems on the generous side. You're right about the Somerset reaction, I'm sure. And Yorkshire, well, they have a chance at history. A chance. 3 successive titles, of course, they're aiming for. Middlesex haven't won since 1993. It's in neither of these teams' interest to have a draw today. Hence the kind of collusion, agreement, whatever you want to call it, that we've just seen. And the upshot is that Yorkshire will need 240 and 40 for the championship. Well, the 2016 championship season has got one more session remaining, and the championship is still up for grabs. Yorkshire required 240 from a minimum of 40 overs to win the championship for a 3rd successive time, to match that great Yorkshire team that did it in the mid-60s, 66 to 68 under Brian Close. Middlesex need all 10 wickets to win the championship for the first time since 1993, and sat down at Taunton watching on is the Somerset team under Chris Rogers, who won their match yesterday against Nottinghamshire. And if this game ends in a draw, they will lift the championship for the first time in their history. So whatever you think of the last half hour, 40 minutes that we've just seen, when Yorkshire gifted runs to Middlesex to set up this game, we should have an intriguing 2 hours ahead of us, or 2 and a bit hours ahead of us. Yorkshire will have to go for this. Middlesex need time to take these wickets. Rob, what chances do they have?
Do you know what? I'm going to be completely on the fence. It's an even money game. Yorkshire have done well.
The bookies have Yorkshire favourites,
they do.
don't they?
They just have them ahead. They have Middlesex. Then Somerset have drifted out into 3rd.
So the bookies are basically saying they expect this game to finish in a result.
I just don't think it's going to be straightforward. People have struggled to score quickly, apart from when there was a few lob-ups. It's not going to be straightforward. I think it's a great declaration.
Do you? I thought it was a bit generous, I must say.
I thought they had to be a little bit generous. I think it's a great, from where we're sitting now, I think it's a really good declaration.
Well, stay with us, because we've got a session that should be highly intriguing. Adam Lyth taking strike. Tim Murtagh has the new ball in his hand. 3 slips await. It's funny though, you know, you talk about a pitch that can be difficult to score. When suddenly you have to score though, and when the great carrot of that 3rd successive championship is there in front of you, it suddenly becomes a lot less difficult.
Well, you're justified in your intent. When you're coming out normally in a 4-day game at the start, you just got to be watchful against the new ball. This will be the best time to bat. While the ball's hard, it's going to skip on that little bit better. Might swing, might move around a little bit, but the ball come on at its most here now. Then you might have a bit of spin. It's going to be easy for Lyth, and Lee's against Ollie Rayner with footmarks and stuff like that on a dry surface. Even though it hasn't spun that much, the boundaries are a decent size here. T20, they're brought right in at times. I just think it's a very good declaration. We've got a great finish, or the chance of a great finish.
First boundary of this run chase comes to Alex Lees. He just lets the ball come, opens the face of the bat. There's no third man. 6 and over is the requirement for Yorkshire. They have 5 of them in this first over. Remember, it's not a one-day game, so no limitations on fielders. And although it is a first-class game, if Yorkshire do go well and Middlesex want to try and shut down the game, they can't just bowl negatively down the leg side, because there is a regulation now that states if the umpires think that's what they're trying to do, a strict one-day interpretation of wides will ensue.
Again, tough days for captains. James Franklin's going to have to make some decisions right the way throughout this passage of play. Does he attack too much, or does he go with all his fielders in? Does he put a third man in? Does he go for one-day fields? It's got a lot to do.
Lees wants 2, and 2 will be the result. MCC or Middlesex have just tweeted that 20,000 people have watched this game here at Lord's over the last 4 days, which is a good return for county cricket. So the first over comes to an end, 7 runs from it. 233 the requirement for Yorkshire.
Right time over, Lively. That's one leg.
Roland Jones will open the bowling with Tim Murtagh. He's had a successful season. He's picked up wickets with the new ball invariably. Got a call up to the England squad because of that in the middle of the summer. Middlesex really need him to strike early on now. That's a good start from Roland Jones, a beauty that just ran down the hill.
Felt like it was going to swing back in, and then it just nipped down the hill. Opened him right up.
A lot of comment and reaction on Twitter about the declaration bowling, I suppose you'd call it, that we saw from Yorkshire. But first thing to say is there was nothing against the laws or the regulations of the game. So what happened was perfectly fair enough in that sense. Another boundary to third man, the second of this short innings so far.
And plenty throughout the 4 days so far. Third man, it's been a productive area.
Wasn't particularly edifying spectacle, but for both teams, the end they hope will justify the means, because the game was going nowhere. Neither side could win. And they've set up a game now where I think Yorkshire have the advantage, but Middlesex do have an outside chance. So although it wasn't particularly edifying, it did the business as far as these two sides are concerned.
It was always coming as well. Once Yorkshire didn't get the wickets early this morning, there was something was always going to happen to try and get to whatever the equation would be. Captains go off, and Andrew Gow was off for a fair while and just talking about what they want to chase, and a bit of bartering. Doesn't happen as much anymore, but it does happen.
You must have started your career in 3-day cricket, Rob, did you? Or was it all 4-day cricket by then?
Just missed 3-day cricket.
Yeah, it was a regular occurrence. Which is not to say that it made for good cricket at all, which is why we moved entirely to 4-day cricket, because what would happen in three-day cricket of old is the sides would try and win for a day and a half, and then the time would be running out, so there'd be a kind of collusion, as you've just seen, and then you set up a game, and it was awful cricket at times. But what we saw today was certainly not the first time that has happened. And you can talk about all different ways that sides try and manipulate things. You can produce pitches in your favour at home. There's a feeling that Somerset have tried to do that this year with the turning pitches that we've seen at Taunton. So teams will try and do whatever they can do within the laws and the regulations of the game to give themselves the best chance of winning.
Happens more, or it did happen more in the second division because there's no relegation. So sides had less to lose, if you like, whereas in the first division you're not used to it as much because you don't want those draw points could be vital. Now they don't matter to anyone. That's why this happens.
13 for none off 2. Just look at the body language of the two teams out there, and Lyth and Lees, they look engaged, don't they? They look as though they've got the bit between their teeth. And you'd have to say that the chances in this day and age with T20 cricket and one-day cricket, the chances of them chasing 6 and over, far better than Middlesex taking 10 wickets on this surface in the time available.
Yeah, if it doesn't happen with the new ball, then it's a lot on Ollie Rayner. Trying to get something. We haven't seen a lot of spin out of the surface, but when you've got to up the ante, it might just mean that he comes into the game with a few wickets.
Beautiful shot with the ball zipping on. Newness of the ball, the lacquer yet to come off the ball. Lees can just lean into a drive and offered a bit of width by Murtagh.
Yeah, really good shot. The first innings, when they bowled that length, that's where it was dangerous because it was just zipping and just nipping around. Now it's just skidding on enough. He's out of his ground a little bit because he knows that Murtagh's just going to try and bowl full. Use his height, just lean into that ball. Just be careful here, Franklin. He doesn't want to let him off to a flyer with easy boundaries.
Yeah, the reason I think it's a generous declaration is that the only way I can see Middlesex winning this game is if the run rate required by Yorkshire was so stiff that they have to take undue risks and therefore get themselves out that way. At 6 and over, it's not quite that, is it?
No, especially as well if they get off to a flyer. Well, they get off to a decent start. It's going to get harder to score, but you try and get ahead of the game now if you're Yorkshire, and then you can take that pressure off a bit. You're absolutely right, especially against the spin. You're going to get in trouble on this surface when you're having to use your feet and play big shots against the spin. Now, if you can just play it a different way and go 4, 5 and over, ticking singles and getting onto the back foot on a slow surface without having to go for boundaries, then the spin's not going to be too much of an issue. I wonder then if I'm Andrew Gale and Jason Gillespie whether I think about having David Willey up the order. Just get ahead of this game and just keep the run rate in check all the way through. Just swap it round a bit and have David Willey come in. Who's he coming in at where? Number 7. So if you sent him a bit earlier and then you get ahead of the game, if he comes off, and then maybe someone like Gale or Balance can come in a bit lower. And if David Willey comes off, then you've got 2 guys who can just manoeuvre the ball around without having to take risks and score at a decent rate, running the Middlesex fielders ragged.
A lot of left-handers, aren't there, Rayner, to spin it away from the bat, which won't be as easy. 3 gone, 17 for none. Just be setting up effigies of James Franklin down in Somerset right now. Ready to burn at 6 o'clock this evening.
Keep getting tweets in, people complaining about the chuck-ups. And it always says hashtag Somerset cricket. Keep that off there. Just
Well, the frustration will be understandable. Put yourself in either a Somerset fan's position or indeed a Somerset player's position down there right now, having never won the championship in their history. Game meandering nowhere here at Lords. They just start to feel the chilled champagne on ice. Where was it? They were tied. I asked Trez the other day. They tied for the championship, didn't they? But lost it on number of wins, I think. That was about 6 years ago. 2010, when Nottinghamshire won it.
Yorkshire were in it then as well, because we were playing at Headingley. We were relegated, actually. And Andrew Gow was constantly in, I was saying earlier, constantly trying to negotiate. No interest.
Good over this so far from Roland Jones. Looks useful, doesn't he? This is a very slow pitch. There's nothing there for him at all, but he's got a lovely rhythmical run up to the crease. Nice high action. Hits a nagging length.
You speak to the Yorkshire players and they reckon he's as good a flat wicket bowler as they faced. You always think bowlers like this be good on a 83 mile an hour, be good on a green pitch, but they said he's really hard to face on a flat pitch. They said he just gets bounce out of any sort of surface and he hits the bat a lot harder than you think. You speak very highly of him.
Yeah, it's interesting that they give the new ball to Murtagh and Roland Jones, with Finn, their international bowler, held in reserve. It's a pretty good average over a whole career as a seamer here at Lords, when pitches are generally pretty flat for the championship. 296 wickets at an average of 25. Two from it, 19 for none. Very simple equation at the start. 240 off 40, a runner ball. 221 now, 35.5. Rate required has just climbed a little. That's an example, really, of how slow the pitch is. The ball's still new. Normally, from that length, you'd expect it just to climb nicely to hip high, and with the width, allow Lees to ease it through the offside, but just didn't bounce, didn't come on.
Done the whole crowd. 21 for none.
Yeah, just off the bottom of the bat, wasn't it? Crowd saw it zip through to Simpson. Zip through might be an exaggeration. Well, it's an inside edge. He's going to dribble away for 4. Further evidence now as the lacquer starts to come off the ball that there's just not enough bounce for the batsman to play freely.
Wasn't that short. Just after a decent over, you just felt that Lyth was going to try and do something, look for it, and that's just released that pressure. No matter how you get it in a run chase like this, just the boundary, just after a decent over, or you've had to pat back a few balls, the boundary just takes all the pressure off.
Did you ever bowl in one of those
That was my
illusion
chance.
games?
That was my chance. I used to bowl lob up, lob up, lob up, and then in my head I was bowling as good a ball as you could possibly bowl.
Did you get any wickets?
No, I thought I just couldn't understand why. Mark Butcher, I bowled to Mark Butcher in lob ups. He smashed me, and I just thought I'm coming. In my head, I was.
You were Graham Swan.
I was bowling for wickets.
Other inside edge.
To get the one-day fielding out. Often in 4-day cricket in the field, you just relax a little bit, where you chase after the ball hard and you're concentrating, but nowhere near as much. I was never ready as much in a 4-day game as you were in a 1-day game. Right at the end, you're in for a 1-day type fielding. Not always what you want.
Yeah, you're right. The batsmen are very much in 1-day mode. The fielders maybe not so much.
Used to hate batting in lob-ups. There's a couple of occasions where we'd set up a game and we had to go out and smack 60-odd runs. I couldn't think of anything worse. going to be the key. Just stay straight and on a good length. Sometimes in one-day cricket, you just try lots of different things. But on here, I think the lack of bounce, you just don't want the batsman to be able to throw his hands at the ball. That one's actually just nipped out of the surface, but it's nipped on pretty straight. Make sure that when the batsman feels he has to have a go, you're hitting the stump. So if he misses...
Taken. Good catch. And a good delivery again. This has been a good spell with the new ball from Roland Jones. He's run that one down the hill. He's found the outside edge of Adam Lyth. Robson, the catcher at first slip. Middlesex have got their first.
Yeah, this might just get them going as well. It's a really good length, really good line going across Lyth. He's a dangerous player, Lyth, as well, because in T20 cricket, in white ball cricket, he was the one that got Yorkshire off to a flyer most of the time. And Roland Jones manages to find his edge. Lyth goes for 13, 27 for 1.
Well, Rob Key wondered whether David Willey would be promoted in the order, and the answer is he has been. Normally Gary Balance at number 3 for Yorkshire, but not on this occasion, not with a run chase, and not with Yorkshire wanting to get ahead of the game against this new ball. David Willey has been promoted to number 3.
Good move. I'd much rather David Willey coming in now if I'm a Yorkshire supporter against a hard new ball. As much as it might nip around and it might not work, I think he's got more to add now than maybe against the older ball, against the spin. That was the ball. Just a great seam and good length. Nipping it down the slope. So he has to play straight, and then the movement just finds the edge. It's been very, very impressive. Roland Jones throughout this game. Problems for Franklin. How do you set a field for David Willey? Do you just put a couple of sweepers out? Normally in T20 cricket, when he bats up the order, he doesn't have to worry about that. David Willey might just have a couple.
Yeah, I guess Finn and Roland Jones might find the middle of the pitch as well. They put a man back on the leg side, as they have done now for Murtagh.
Decent sized boundary, that as well. It's not all the way back, the rope's in a bit, but it's still a good hit. Just moved him, Franklin. Deep square leg is more like deep mid-wicket, getting closer to cow corner. Fine leg coming a lot squarer as well.
Good delivery from Murtagh.
That's the line and length that's going to be hard to score. It's hardly bounced. It's not going to be easy. If you can't free your arms up, you're going to have to move around or use your feet or do something to that ball. You're not going to be able to just stand and deliver against that line and that length. You're going to have to take a punt.
That's a very good over from Tim Murtagh. 28 for 1, 7 gone.
Should someone tweet me about how Warren wasn't happy? I can't remember, it was 2006 when we set up a game. Dave Fulton was captain, who's down at Taunton. And we set up a game against Notts. There was one game left to go. And I think we chased him. Warney, I saw him out there because he's doing some bowling in the nets, doing like a charity thing. And he was still, do you remember that time when Dave Fulton set 400 in about 20 overs? Or tried to chase 400 in about 20 overs? I was sure it's 25.
Yeah, I can remember from way back when you had those kind of collusions. Teams would remember how generous or otherwise the captain had been, and these things would be carried over to future years. I was chatting with Nas earlier. We remembered for a long time 1987 at Chelmsford when Essex left the outfield about 3 feet long to make sure we couldn't win the championship. These things go down in folklore and are carried forward time and again.
Well, that time, then Notts bowled us out and they won the championship there. And Warney thought that if that was a draw, as it was petering out, there'd been rain, stuff like that, then they would have had to come down. He said they've had to come to the Rose Bowl and they would have needed a certain amount of points, and we would have. It's like 2006.
No. Well, if Yorkshire do win this, Somerset won't forget Middlesex's generosity today. Well, Willie was late to respond, but it's good running from Lees.
But I mean, in a 4-day game, you're not used to people pushing you that much in the field. Lees is aware. David Willey himself was just happy for one, but that should never have really been two. Got a bit tougher already to score. The first couple of overs we saw Lees just lean on one and bash it through the covers with no effort really, just leant on the ball. Now just starting to look a little bit tougher already. That ball wasn't that short, the ball before. Lees just tried to manufacture a pull shot. We saw Lyth do that before he got out. What's David Willey going to do?
Finn was the fielder, and there are overthrows here. There were two men backing up. Valuable runs from Yorkshire. Willie putting the fielder under pressure with a quick single. And 5 is the result. 38 for 1, 8 gone. Tim Murtagh to start the 9th over. As David Willey just feels for one outside the off stump. Paul Allen now, Nasser Hussain.
Thanks, Ath. Lee's 19, Willie promoted. He comes in at 3, he has 6 already. Yorkshire's run rate is well within grasp. Still a good pitch. Just bat sensibly for a while. Wonder if the pitch is quick enough or the bowler's quick enough to pepper Willie. Sometimes in one-day cricket, when he comes in, they use the short ball, get it above waist high.
Worth trying, isn't it? Worth trying. Field set back, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg. Willie perhaps a little bit unsure against the shorter ball. I'm not sure Murtaugh's the man to be doing it. Probably better for Roland Jones or Finn when he comes on.
One thing you certainly don't do is just put it on the drive of Willie's bat. You'll get smashed. So you've got to hit the pitch hard, hit the splice of the bat and bowl straight. So that sort of surface now, stump to stump, no width at all. Just bowl straight, pitch dying.
Fair degree of criticism about this declaration or target that's been set around the country and around social media and in this commentary box and in the media centre in general, that it's too easy for Yorkshire. What's your view, Nasser?
Well, it's on the easy side. That is for certain of what I thought they would get. I thought they would get a much stiffer chase, simply because the stiffer the chase, the more they had to take risk. They would be swinging from the backside now if the run rate required was up at 8 and over. As it is, it's only 6, and they can play sensibly for a while. I thought it'd be more like 230 in 25, 30 overs.
Yeah, I think that's the modern perception of what the declaration should be. I was thinking of perhaps a little bit more old school and time for take to Middlesex, for Middlesex to take the 10 wickets.
Misses out there, Willie. 38 for 1. But it can change quickly. It really can. Couple of wickets and then you get your spinner on, bowling into the rough. Never know.
Yeah, the off-spin of Rayner, he can make it very difficult to hit, that's for sure. He can bowl it a little bit leg side or wide of off-stump. No constraint, no one-day constraints in terms of wides in this match, of course.
The only thing is the negativity, isn't it? If the umpire feels that they've been overly negative, continuously bowling down the leg side, well, that's when they'll change it and call a wide. Must be difficult watching down at Taunton or anywhere if you're a Somerset fan. What are you cheering? Cheering a wicket? Cheering a boundary?
Bit of bad light.
It's not going to get bad light. The weather's not going to help. That's what the players are doing right now, having a few beers, hoping this game goes nowhere.
Feeling totally helpless.
A couple of tweets on social media about it not being fair, the lob-ups, etc. I don't know any side that wouldn't have done what happened here this afternoon. Chance of winning the championship, every side. If Somerset were here, they would have done exactly the same thing.
That's a good ball. Really good ball. He's been impressive this game, Roland Jones. Flat pitch, and he's got the most out of it.
Yes, he's a really good performer now. Toby Rowland-Jones got good command of his action. Wrist behind the ball, hits the seam a lot. I'm particularly impressed in this game because he's had to pitch the ball up a little bit further than he would do normally. So he's just had to do something slightly different and done it really well.
Just one from that over. Another excellent one from Roland Jones. 39 for 1.
You're just seeing in that over in particular how difficult it might be for Yorkshire to scamper these runs. They only one from it. The run rate now is 3.9. Through the game it's never been more than that, and considerably less in Middlesex's first innings. So take that into consideration as well. At 6.7 needed now, so double basically what has been scored at.
One thing's for certain, it won't be easy. It's far from easy. Just because it's a little bit easier than we thought it might be, it's far from easy. Chasing last on a pitch that's dying. Batting lineup that may be one batsman short, even though Bresnan played so well in that first innings. Pressure of a run chase to win the championship, to try and win it 3 times in a row. Will not be easy. More twists and turns. They're not going to do it one down. I'll be very surprised they do it one down.
No, when you look at the batting order, which has been changed, David Willey brought in at number 3 to give the innings a bit of impetus. 6 from 16.
They bowl beautifully, these two. Murtagh, 5.1 overs for 14, 5 overs for 25 with the wicket, Roland Jones.
Yeah, lovely angle. A little bit of drift away and the ball carrying on up the hill.
Pulled away, in the air, there's a man there, and he's found him. That's 2 for Middlesex, 8 more needed. What a spell this has been from Murtagh and Roland Jones.
Well, this is exactly what can happen. Lees trying to pull this away on a pitch with not much bounce and not much pace. He had to wait for it and ended up scooping it to deep mid-wicket. Well set field to have that man out in front of square. And straight down the throw to Gubbins, who takes it unerringly. Murtagh gets the trick. Lee's gone for 20. And Yorkshire 39 for 2. Gary Balance on a pair, got a duck in the first innings.
very good first-class average. You've still got a pretty good test match average. They need some class from their England player now, Yorkshire. He's off the pair straight away.
Scoop that up in the area. We wanted a bit more bounce and a bit more pace on it. But I like that man out there. That's really good. Lees will feel aggrieved that he's picked the man out, but that's why he was there. And it's good bowling, good field placing.
Good shot, very good shot. He's charged down the pitch. And a bit of aggression from Willie.
Yeah, probably needs that now from David Willey. He's had a bit of a sighter. He's been in for 17 balls. On the advance. Well executed off drive as well.
.44 for 2. That pitch outside leg. He's rubbing his thigh as if it was bouncing over.
He looks a jittery starter, does Gary Ballance. Inviting the bowler to pitch the ball up, hit him on the pads or try and take the edge. That's what Roland Jones is doing here. Didn't pitch in line, I don't think. I think it pitched outside leg stump.
Looked too short to be pitching in line. Back of a length tends to mean it just pitches outside the line. Third man's a good position in these games. The ball goes down there quite a bit. It's good captaincy. It's been good so far, the captaincy.
Good position when Ballance is batting early on. First innings, little indeterminate prod at that. Caught at second slip off Roland Jones. Put your bowler's hat on and you look at Ballance in the early part of his innings. And he looks to give you too many chances to get him out. That's my thinking.
And also, as we've seen in his international career, if you can go fuller at him, you've got a good chance because he's so busy moving back. Full delivery, he becomes vulnerable. And one thing we found out with these two Middlesex bowlers in particular, they do bowl a full length, a very full length. Just outside leg, went for the Yorker, definitely trying to York him there.
Playing across and around that pad again. Big marked move back into his crease. Pitching outside leg though, but the head's way over towards gully.
Yeah. Leg side, take the single, keep the strike, 47 for 2. Now, Paul, you've been asking Richard quite a few questions off mic.
Well, I have.
After the next 2 minutes, the viewer might need to go and have a lie down here.
Well, I was just thinking about the scenarios that you can get in this game. We're almost always talking about the win for Somerset or the win for Middlesex. Well, you can have a draw as well, which is 5 points to each team. That means Somerset win 2-2-6, 2-2-3, 2-1-6. But if the game's tied, now it could be tied because it's going to be close. That means that Yorkshire will be all out with the scores level.
Oh, that's close. Maybe pitched outside leg again on length, so short.
Yeah, balance playing across the line again. Don't worry, I've not finished. There's a tutorial coming your way in a minute. Yeah, that's pitched outside leg. So a tie gives you 8 points to Middlesex and 8 points to Yorkshire. It means that Somerset will have 2-2-6 and Middlesex will have 2-2-6, but Somerset will win because they've got 6 wins in the championship.
Is there more?
There's more. There's another one. There's a draw possibility with the scores level. So in other words, Yorkshire are not all out, but the scores are level at the end of play, and that would give 8 points to Yorkshire, and that means that Somerset would win the title. Are you happy with this, Nas?
Could you just tell me that again? On all of those. Now that's not out again, swinging across the line. Keeping low this pitch. It's a danger shot. On all of those, was it a Somerset win?
No, just the tie. Yeah, again, pitching outside leg. So the tied match, i.e. if Yorkshire are all out with the scores level, Somerset would win. Middlesex and Somerset would end up with 226 points each, but Somerset have more wins through the season. Otherwise...
Man in the deep. Mid-on, gets round. He's gone. They now have 3. The pinch hitter, Willie, has come and he's gone.
Stevie Eskenazi with the catch, well judged. Running back at mid-on. Keeping the ball in his sights. Was going quickly at the end as well. Willie looking to open his shoulders, being tied down really. He's been in 21 balls. Looking to hit this high over mid-on. Eskenazi sidestepping back from mid-on, takes a good catch. Murtagh gets another. Yorkshire are now 3 down as Willie trudges off for 11. It's 48 for 3.
Here he is, the 100 hero from the first innings, a man for a crisis, Tim Bresnan.
They wouldn't be in this situation if it wasn't for Bresnan. They would have been out of the championship hunt. And they're struggling here at 48 for 3. No sign of the skipper, Gale, yet. He's sneaked down the order. Bresnan won't be on strike. Never easy taking a catch running back over your shoulder. Eskenazi was at mid-on and it came over his shoulder. There was a deep mid-wicket as well, but he got there first. That's an excellent catch.
Yeah, might have been a bit of a sun problem as well at some point. It's he's looking into the sun. Kept his nerve well and his balance.
Excellent from these two seamers. 49 for 3.
Tired boy after this game. Well, Tim Bresnan, he's been on the field on all 4 days, bar about 90 minutes, I think.
Right, your Yorkshire coach, you are Dizzy Gillespie. How far do they keep going? 6 down, 7 down, 8 down, 9 down? Just keep going.
Keep going. Got to keep going. The prize is the county championship. There's nothing for Yorkshire drawing or losing this match. They've got to win it. But I think you've got to do it you've got to try and do it in a structured way. There's just been signs in the last 10 minutes or so that I won't say they've been panicking, but they looked as though they're trying to get a shift on for really no apparent reason and taking risks that they don't have to. Rotate the strike a bit more, scamper the runs. There's plenty of gaps in the field for picking up 1s and 2s.
It has been their weaker suit this season, hasn't it? Their batting. Been dug out of trouble on a number of occasions from their middle order, especially recently. Richard tells us that 14 times this season Yorkshire have been 60 or less for 3. They have lost 3 wickets early very quickly, and it's been the middle order of Bairstow and Bresnan, Rashid, etc. got them out of trouble.
Still the same method from balance. Just getting bat on it this time. It's a good job. Just looks uncomfortable at the start of his innings.
2 for 3. That's gone up quickly, hasn't it? In the last 3 or 4 overs, it was around about 6. It's popped up to 7.23. 7 wickets in hand. Scoreboard pressure of winning a championship.
Yeah, it's beginning to look a lot of runs, that 188, isn't it?
That's the other thing we don't put in the equation, do we? Because we sort of compare it to a one-day game. We've talked about the field restrictions, etc. But obviously in a one-day game, you're playing on a very good pitch that's prepared for that day. It's at its best. Here, you're playing on a 4th-day pitch that's probably at its worst. It's low, it's slow.
Yeah, 4th-day pitch in this match. It's been used before this year as well, so we've seen it die in terms of pace over the 4 days we've seen here. It's not turned, but it's not bounced, and with no bounce, that makes it difficult for batsmen. Having to force the ball all the time. That was off the bottom of the bat. Willie got out, hitting the ball with the bottom of the bat.
He's in good nick, and they need Bresnan to bat a while here. He's seen it well, but even he's just get frustrated with the lack of bounce.
And it makes it difficult for the batsman to time the ball. There was a full-blooded shot from Bresnan then, but it just trickled to extra cover. Ball before off the bottom of the bat, the back foot to cover point.
Man goes out leg side. Just enables them to clip it leg side, take the single. Often in situations, one-day situations, you talk about variations and bowlers varying. What Murtagh and Roland Jones have done well is they've just run up and hit a length. Splice to the bat. Not varied it at all. Bang it in, hard into the pitch.
Got a plane to catch too, Tim Murtagh. Off to South Africa tonight to join Ireland.
I think he's got something like a 9 p.m. flight, isn't he? Somewhere around then.
Ireland play South Africa on Sunday. You can see that on Sky Sports 3, 8:55.
In the air, but struck nicely down the ground. Bresnan, the first innings centurion, looks in good order. It's 59 for 3.
Now that's a really good shot from Bresnan. Nicely balanced. And just not trying to overhit it, not trying to hit it too hard, but getting enough elevation to get it over mid-on. Good finish to the over, 7 from it. That's what Yorkshire need.
Looks like a slightly easier pitch to hit through the line than square the wicket as it's dying. Change of tactic now, new challenge for the batsman. Bit of off spin.
Yeah, and plenty of options for Ollie Rayner, bowling to the left-handed balance. He'll look to try and turn the ball past the outside edge. There's not been much turn or bounce. but he can bowl a little bit leg side if he wants. He can vary it, the deliveries that he bowls greatly. Doesn't look as though he's going to bowl to too much of an attacking field at the moment, just one slip in place.
Balance is a good player of spin. Need to use the sweep shot, maybe the reverse sweep shot.
Come on, Rains, come on, Rainsy.
Tends to hit square of the wicket. Bresnan tends to hit down the ground.
Big job in the compound. Big job in the compound. Good Rainsy, good Rainsy. Get that little bit of pizza there, Rains, come on.
It's a really good shot. Through extra cover and away for 4.
Yeah, it's a confidence booster for Balance, his first boundary. Plenty of width, but it's a good shot from Balance because it's pitching in that fast bowler's follow through the rough. He's not held back there.
No, but you're right, the width. He needs to be straighter here, Ollie Rayner. Don't want him to be negative, but he definitely needs to be straighter on a pitch that's dying. Off stump. That's the length and the line going down. No width. It's what the seamers have done, nothing different for the spinner, even with that rough out there.
Working here, Rains. Keep going here, Rainsy. Come on, lads. Come on, lads. One mistake here, boys. One mistake here, boys.
That's good. Good comeback.
Yeah, there'll be nerves about on both sides. Rayner, even though he's had a good season, taking over 50 wickets, he realises that the onus is on him here to try and take a couple of tricks.
Oh, Rains, beautiful, pal. Beautiful, Ollie. Keep using them angles, Rains. Keep using them angles there, Rainsy.
Good end to the over from Rayner, 63 for 3.
Remain.
63 for 3. We're going to have a change. Michael Atherton, Charles Colville.
Okay. Remain.
Thank you, Nessa. Well, the last time Michael Atherton were talking, the game was in a rather odd state. It was very much a phony war as some absolute rubbish was served up. It's very much game on here, though. Serious stuff. This is Finn. That's going to be close, hasn't it? Goodness gracious me. Rob Bailey gives it not out. He's had an excellent game. That must have just been slipping down the leg side, but golly, it was close.
I think it was slipping down the leg side. Ball just angling in to Bresnan, and there was inside edge as well. But I think that's what Finn is going to try and do here. He's got 2 slips and a third man, but probably best serve bowling straight at the stumps and for LBWs with a bit of cover leg side.
Straight again from Finn. I wondered which end Finn would bowl, because he looked at his very best in the first innings when he was bowling from the pavilion end and running it across the left-hander.
Yes, and if he's going to do what I suggested there, which is bowl for LBWs and to try and hit the stumps, in fact, the pavilion end with the ball running in, it's probably his end. That's where the line bowlers generally bowl from, or bowl well from.
Good Yorker. The problem is, though, that Roland Jones bowled at the far end, and now Rayner wants to bowl his off spin with the slope helping his spin. So Murtagh bowled a pretty good spell at this end, but Finn's got a bowl, so he's got to bowl this end.
Yep, you can't all have the same end, clearly. As a captain, what you do is your likeliest bowler, the one that you think is most likely to take the wickets, you give him his choice.
Good work by Finn. Excellent start this. Four dots to start with. And all the while the asking rate climbs. Beautiful pickup shot. And away for 4. So, away for 6. Bresnan, the hero of the first innings, is at it again.
This is a remarkable shot from Tim Bresnan. Again, the ball angling in, drifting in from Finn.
Punches again into the onside. So an excellent start to the over, but a good one to finish off with as far as Yorkshire are concerned. They've got the 7 they need from the over, 70 for 3.
Well, we had a couple of replays just to see whether we could check if the ball was 4 or 6, but it's worth looking at the shot again from Bresnan. Well, he just picked it up as the ball angled in. He must have timed it beautifully. It wasn't that far short of a Yorker length. Tremendous strength.
7.39 the asking rate now. Rayner's going to bowl over the wicket at the right-handed Bresnan. The men in front of the tavern stand, I think, can expect some work. There's a deep backward square leg, a deep mid-wicket, a deep long on, and a man on 45 saving 1, and a man straightish mid-wicket saving 1. He's got to bowl straight.
Well, just before he bowled that ball, Rayner shouted at Tim Murtagh out there at deep point. He said, "Get yourself behind square, Mertz." And it's for exactly that reason. Every batsman can play the reverse sweep these days.
Come on, Ollie, come on, Ollie. Come on, Ryan. Come on, Ol, come on, Ol.
Round the wicket to balance.
Oh!
Hops outside leg stump to give himself some room. Where's your money at the moment? Who are you going for?
Well, all along I've thought it was quite a generous declaration. I thought Yorkshire were certainly more favoured at the start to win than Middlesex. But it is not an easy pitch, is it? The tired old pitch now, and that lacquers off the ball, becoming harder and harder. And of course, Yorkshire a bit thin on batting. I'm not sure there's going to be enough time for Middlesex. How deep Yorkshire will go. But the answer to that question was that I think it's becoming more difficult for Yorkshire.
Little chip catch here, come on. Get up. Well done, well done. Come on lads, right on it here, come on. Come on now. Oh.
4 from the over, 74 for 3, 166 to win.
Somebody is going to have to play a gem of an innings, that's for sure. Bresnan played one of the great championship innings for Yorkshire in the first innings of this game to get them to that 350 initially and then a significant lead to give themselves a chance. Somebody's going to have to play an innings of equal quality and importance here.
Finn to continue from the nursery end. Balance on strike. What an end to the season this is. "21 overs to go after this one is completed in the 2016 Specsavers County Championship season, and still anybody's guess where the title is going. It's not only down at Taunton there are nervous watchers on this last afternoon of Championship cricket. At Edgbaston, Lancashire, having been routed by Warwickshire, are now waiting to see whether Durham can do them a favour down at the Ageas Bowl.
You said routed with a certain amount of glee there, Charles.
Purely and simply your interpretation of the word routed. And it does look as though Durham are going to do them the required favour and not allow Hampshire a Division 1 status saving win. They're 190 odd for one, needing about 296 to win, but crucially they're only one down. 17 overs to go. Bresnan, who looked so controlled in the first innings, is starting to look a little bit more desperate now, and understandably. Chopped away down to third man. Good work down there. It's only a single. Middlesex faithful like that work. Slotted away over extra cover, a chase on out in the deep. He will stop it and roll it in, but there will be two more to Yorkshire. 5 off the over. 79 for 3. As we've got one more over to go, and we're at the halfway stage of this Yorkshire second innings.
Yeah, I think that last shot from Bresnan just indicated how hard boundaries will be to come by. They're going to have to do a lot of trying to run Middlesex ragged in the field.
So balance on strike against Ollie Rayner.
Come on up. Excellent, pal. Excellent, Nicky.
Balance giving himself room outside leg stump to try and free his arms and get a bit of width on the ball so he can power it away down the hill on the offside.
Nicky, excellent, pal. Excellent. Pompo. Very good, that, Nick. Very good, that, Nicky.
Every ball that he doesn't score off, the frustration will start to grow with Gary Balance. And that's gone away, I think, for 6.
Yeah, I said boundaries are hard to come by. I think they're going to be hard to come by for the seamers, and if they are going to come, then Yorkshire will be taking their risks against Rayner. That was a really sweetly hit sweep shot from Gary Balance.
Just to confirm, this has gone for 6, not 4.
Good fielder Rayner, big hands, good hands off his own bowling and at slip as well generally.
Very good, Rains. Very good, Rains. Come on. Want to grip past him, Up. Stop off. Stop off. You're good. Sam, it's not too fast, fine. Oh! Get on.
Decent over that one for Yorkshire. They've got 8 off the over. We're at the halfway stage, and in the next 20 overs, having scored 87 for 3 off the first 20, Yorkshire need 153 to win the game and the championship. $153 from a minimum of 120. Now, Middlesex can bowl more than another 20 overs if they want to, and if they can get them in inside the time that is available.
It's going to be seam from one end by and large, though, isn't it, with just Rayner as the main spinner. Milan does bowl a bit of wrist spin. But I suspect we'd only see Milan if Yorkshire are shutting up shop.
If you're Middlesex, are you starting to twitch yet? Are you starting to get anxious so that you've not got a couple more wickets, or is it likely to come all in a rush at the back end, do you think?
I'd have been anxious from the outset, quite frankly, given the target that was offered, which at the time I thought was a little generous. It's not that it's necessarily an easy run chase. It's not, as we can see the conditions. I just felt that for Middlesex to get wickets, Yorkshire would have to play in an utterly risky fashion. And I didn't think that a runner ball was that kind of target. That's why I'd have set something a bit steeper.
Well, Andrew Gale is a Yorkshireman who obviously is able to drive a very hard and clever bargain.
Good poker player, no doubt.
Down to 1 slip now. Straightish, shortish mid-wicket in. Interesting to just try and work out how James Franklin's going to juggle his bowlers here. It's not as if he has to worry about a maximum amount a bowler can bowl in this situation. If Finn's on fire, he can bowl another 10. Not a problem. Just keep going. Slotted away for 4. No, it probably won't go for 4, actually. He's not got it away completely. It'll just be pulled back inside. And they'll settle for 2.
Right off the toe end. That's an indication of how difficult it is to hit boundaries on this surface. You hope for a bit of width from a bowler like Finn, but that came right off the bottom of the bat.
Really like a boundary here. Yorkshire finished the over with 9 off it. Middlesex, they can't take a wicket. A dot will do because it'll just ramp the pressure up on the Yorkies. And it is a dot. So 5 off the over, 19 to go. It's 92 for 3.
Oh.
19 overs to go, 148 needed, or if you're a Middlesex man, 7 wickets needed. But Bresnan facing Rayner down the ground, but 1 bounce out to deep mid-wicket.
Looks like Balance wants to take the risks, or whatever risks he is going to take, against the off spin of Rayner. Which of course gives Rayner a chance of picking up wickets as well.
Oh!
It does appear that with Gary Balance on strike against Ollie Rayner, it's the January sales time. Everything has to go.
Yeah, he's looking leg side, isn't he? 2 men out patrolling that leg side boundary at square leg and deep mid-wicket.
Swept away. There is a man out there at deep square leg who does an excellent job and keeps them to 2. The rate is up to 8 and over. 22 gone. 18 to go. 144 needed. 144 in 18 overs in a 2020 game. You'd think, well, that's okay, but this isn't a 2020 game. Fielders can go where they want. Bowlers can just keep going. And this pitch is tired. Very wide and full. They'll want to come back for 2, and they'll do that comfortably. 50 partnership between Balance and Bresnan. What a game Tim Bresnan is having. 24 from 27. Balance up to 30 now.
Yes, the 50 partnership coming in 57 balls, which is certainly at a decent lick, but quite what Yorkshire need. They're just hoping to get themselves into a position where they can have an almighty charge.
Big, but gone high. And out. 4 down. 6 needed for Middlesex.
Yeah, the problems for Yorkshire in trying to score, trying to hit boundaries off the seamers on this tired old surface. Balance looking to heave away over the leg side. Robson is the catcher. Sam Robson, who we saw take the first wicket off Roland Jones, just steadied himself under this skyer from Balance and caught a very straightforward catch. So 4 down now. Finn getting rid of his England teammate Balance for 30. Bresnan still there. Yorkshire 98 for 4 and looking difficult.
Well, it is time for a captain's innings, and Andrew Gale is out there. He's got his hands on that trophy on 2 occasions now. Is he going to make it 3 in a row? Is he going to lead his side to something great and glorious and historic? Gale not on strike at the moment because the batsman crossed while that ball was in the air going down the Robson throat. So it's Bresnan on strike facing Finn. 98 for 4.
Well, Balance dying on the charge, trying to heave it away over the leg side. There's a bit of width outside off stump. Maybe he'd have been better looking to carve it through the offside, but easier said from here.
Straight down the ground again. That is a good shot from Bresnan. Is it going to go for 4? I don't think so. There'll be a slide and a recovery by Franklin. Keeps them to 2.
Strong man, Tim Bresnan. We saw that a couple of overs ago when he hit a ball of almost Yorker length over the leg side for 6, and it was only his strength and power that got this one over the infield because he completely mistimed it.
Well, it's very full. I think it's a full toss as it goes past the stumps, but Bresnan appeared to lose it. He could easily have lost his off stump as well.
Like a slower ball, didn't it? Off spinner from Finn. Bresnan threw the shot far too soon and just a whisker away from the off stump. Sometimes seen loopy slower balls from this end, bowled from this end, have caused batsman problems. Think of Chris Reed famously back in the day.
Just a single, so 5 off that over and the wicket. 101 for 4, 139 to win, or 6 wickets to win, and 17 overs for all this drama to play out in. And if you're down in Taunton, I wonder whether you're just beginning to get excited.
Oh God, you wouldn't be. Well, you would be in their position, wouldn't you? They're sitting pretty right now, but it's the worst thing when you have no involvement. You can't affect things at all.
Rayner to Bresnan. Now is that out, or has he dropped it? I think he's dropped it. Milan was the catcher. Did it get to him on the full?
Catch!
Shout is catch it, and it's gone for 6. Is this the over that changes the course of the championship? Will that drop have cost Middlesex dear?
Well, it'd be worth looking at again in a minute. Bresnan's strength again, heaving this ball over the leg side. The boundary in quite a way to the leg
that'll
side.
Be 4. 10 off 2 balls. The Bresnan charge is on. Rayner is being targeted. Swept away again. It won't go for 4. It'll just be a single. Now we need to have a look at that first ball. Was it a drop? Reverse sweep went horribly wrong. Whoa, not quite. Not quite.
Probably not expecting it. The way Bresnan played the shot, he's looking to reverse lap it hard square. It was a surprise how it got to Milan in the first place.
Gale facing his first ball.
Oh, well on.
11 from the over so far. 1 more ball to go.
Get on.
Gale will get off the mark with that single. So good over that for Yorkshire. 12 from it. There are 16 to go and 127 to win, or 6 to win, depending on your persuasion. Well, which way is this game going? Which way is this championship going? Here to take you through the next half an hour, Rob Key, Paul Allen.
Thanks, Charles. Finn continues to plug away. 1 for 22. He's got Bresnan, well, the man of the moment, the man of the match. 38 from 35. Gale just at the crease, 1 off 3. 127 to win. Off 15, so you're looking at over 8 and over to win. Yorkshire have to keep going. They do have to keep going, Rob.
It's just tough, isn't it? It just looks hard to score. You bowl that length. All I said, what a great declaration. You look now, you weren't sure, but it's still at this point.
You say what a great declaration.
Well, I just thought, from my point of view,
it was, did you?
No, I did. I thought I
Okay.
thought it was an even money declaration, and I'm speaking as a neutral. What a great declaration.
Well, I thought it was a good declaration for the point that Middlesex needed to keep Yorkshire interested, and they needed the overs to take the wickets. because you look at the run rate through the game. It's gone from 2.4 in Middlesex's first innings to 3.8. It's never been bigger than 3.8. They're asking them to score at 6, almost double. So it's set up the game beautifully, this, despite the foreboding of some observers who thought it was an easy declaration. Never thought it was going to be that.
Well, at the start, I tell you why it was a good declaration, because at the start you felt Yorkshire slight favourites. Yorkshire are now probably third in running. The draw has come in. Somerset, that means Somerset come into it. Middlesex still have an even money chance against the draw, or Somerset do. I mean, we're right down to the wire and are no clearer.
Straight at cover this time. The tie works for Somerset as well. It would mean that Middlesex and Somerset end in 2-2-6 points, but Somerset have won one more game. It would mean Yorkshire being all out for 240. .239, sorry. Oh, down. There's a gap there, and that gap wide enough for the ball to go through. 4 off the final ball, and it was a chance. 119 for 4.
Couldn't have been placed any better. Didn't mean to hit it that far by any stretch. He was trying to run it down wide of slip. He's got it right in between, and it seemed to just gather pace. Completely did first slip for pace.
Hate that. The ball going in the gap between keeper and slip.
Didn't you think that was always going through? You first saw that, I thought that's going
close.
through.
They're close, aren't they? That's why. So they've got less reaction time. Roland Jones starting his 8th over. Bresnan belligerently gets a single, drilled at mid-on.
He's just played the game of his life, Tim Bresnan. This is the edge. It just looked, as soon as he hit it in real time, it just looked like it was always going in the gap. A good seam, a good length, wasn't quite short enough to play that shot. Just did him for pace. You see, they've just gone a little bit wide. It's like 1.5. Both just stared at each other. Just the pace of it is what meant Andrew Gow got away with it. Tim Bresnan needs some help. He can't do it all by himself.
No, slipping the keeper a bit closer. I think they are. Not that gap there this time. Wasn't the keeper's chance, that was it?
I thought it was just straight down the middle.
If it's straight down the middle, then the keeper should have gone for it, should he?
Yeah,
Anyway, it's gone.
You'd say, wouldn't you? Andrew Hodd would say that he could have got that, no question. Or Andrew Hodd, he's not even keeping. That would have been a very, very good effort. Simpson would have felt that he could have gone for it. It was within reach, but it just completely didn't by being straight down the middle. Because it wasn't that short, the nick came quicker than they expected.
Might be another one coming here. Gale plays that way. Drill back at Roland Jones. It's a great piece of fielding by the big fast bowler.
Well, that's what he has to do, Gale, though. He can't just look to throw it back to Tim Bresnan all the time and say, you go and play the big shots. He can take the pressure off Tim Bresnan by looking to use his feet. He knows pretty much where Roland Jones is going to look to hit most of his balls, or put most of his balls on a good length straight. Just stand at the crease. It's going to be hard to get the ball away, so you can use your feet, try and throw him off his length, make Roland Jones do something different.
Only one to mid-on. Up over 8 and over required.
You think there comes a point where Yorkshire just shut up shop?
What? But why?
But if it just becomes out of reach?
You mean if it becomes impossible?
Well, they're 7 or 8 down. Do they then just keep on going, even if they need 20 off the last over and then 9 down? Are they still going for it?
Yeah, I think they probably are. Bresnan with a swipe down the ground. Gets 2. Proving again how difficult it is to time the ball on this dying pitch.
A slower ball as well, just 70 mile an hour like a cutter. Saw the scramble scene. Dust comes up as it hits the surface. He's still giving him a chance though, Franklin, because he's got the luxury. He could have mid-on and mid-off all the way back for Tim Bresnan and just make Gale face more balls. Has only just come in. He's faced 10 balls for 7 runs. Bresnan 42 off 38. Just got him sort of lurking halfway, mid-on and mid-off.
High on the bat, it's okay though. It's over mid-wicket. Not timed and will, though, run down the hill for 4. A brawn from Bresnan, 127 for 4.
That's just strength, absolutely right. Brawn from Bresnan, that was length. He took a punt on playing this shot, so he's looking for mid-wicket. He didn't get it anywhere near the middle of the bat, but the strength of Tim Bresnan is what's got that away for a boundary.
8 from that over. It's round about the rate, just slightly over they need, Yorkshire. There's a determination now, which is good for Middlesex, because if Bresnan and Gale are playing shots, taking risks, then Middlesex have got a chance of taking more wickets.
Yeah, again, that's why I just think it was a great declaration. Keeps everyone interested.
Gale with that sort of involuntary little chop down, trying to get it down to third man.
Dangerous shot, because Stephen Finn round the wicket is going to try and cramp him for room. He's going to try and get it down the slope as well, bowling at the stumps.
There's a buzz around the ground. There's a good crowd in as well. Various sections of the ground closed off, but well populated. That out of the middle, yes it is. Up the hill and into the rope in front of the grandstand for 4.
Good option, much better that he's looking to play strong shots, take the pressure off Tim Bresnan. Andrew Gale, that's exactly what he does. Gives himself a bit of room. He picks his spot over extra cover, because backward point on the boundary is fine, or a lot squarer, so that is a really good shot. Over extra cover, another boundary for Yorkshire. They keep getting boundaries just when they need them. Just as that pressure builds, they get a let off with the boundary.
Good running, after scamper. Bresnan will be a tired boy. He's done so much work. Batted heroically in the first innings, bowled in both innings. I think he's had just 94 minutes off the field in the 4 days.
Given that up.
Well, if he'd stretched, he'd probably have pulled a hamstring or something.
He must be loose again now. It's the end of the game when it hits you. 46, Tim Bresnan. You're right, what a game he's had so far.
It's interesting from Middlesex's point of view about who bowls. I mean, Finn proving or looking likely to get a wicket. So's Roland Jones. Can they keep going? Because can they just bowl themselves into the ground? Or will Franklin have to look to somebody else? Will they have to look back to Mert or himself? Rayner another bowl. Just one.
It's the last throw of the dice for every person out on that field so you can just bowl your bowlers. You have to worry about the fact you'll have another game in a couple of days' time. You just bowl them till they're done. So they got nothing left. There we go, Murtagh, 8 overs, 2 for 28. Roland Jones has been outstanding throughout this game, but he's going at just under 5 and over. Rayner, that's a problem, 6.4.
Good slower ball from Finn, and it's missed leg stump by a whisker. 6 from the over, 133 for 4.
We're into one-day skills now, properly. Off-cutter from Stephen Finn. Completely does Gale, was going for the big shot. There you go, just rolls his fingers across the top of the ball and it dies in the surface. We're going to have to see more and more of that. The harder that Gale and Bresnan look to come, the more you just want to try and change the pace so they don't just get used to one pace coming down at them all the time.
Pushing here, but it's only one.
Go, Lake, go, Lake.
Continuing to come round the wicket to Gale, trying to tuck him up on the angle.
Field's going back for Bresnan now. Franklin's actually just saying, right, we'll put a slip in and maybe one in the circle. Not that there is a circle, but if you imagine where the circle would be, and then it comes in a bit more for Andrew Gale. It's going to be harder for Bresnan to hit boundaries.
Slower ball. We're seeing the variations come in now. It's the mindset that's just changed a little bit. We hardly saw any variation from the bowlers in the first 3 days. Now they're in one-day mode to a degree. Oh, gosh, that's missed by another whisker.
Bounce, does it, that? Talk about Yorkers, and we have that debate forever in white ball cricket, but this, I think you can use the surface. The surface is a variable for when it hits, you're not sure it's going to come out.
Can't come back for 2. High octane stuff here at Lord's. Fielders on the toes. There's noise in the field. There's a buzz all around the ground. It's full at the nursery end. Down that side of the ground towards the tavern. Pavilion's pretty full as well.
Every fielder out on the boundary on the leg side, long on, deep mid wicket, deep square leg, fine leg.
Yeah, I mentioned it before. I can see this being bowl yourself into the dirt time for Roland Jones and Finn. Oh, big long spell. Just keep going.
It's not often, is it? Where as a bowler, I'd imagine you don't have to worry about the next game.
No, it's quite a good feeling as a bowler. Actually, you know you can exhaust yourself knowing that you can put your feet up tomorrow and the next day.
Good line, good line. It's dangerous because it's a shorter boundary for Gale to just clip it off his legs. But keep that length good, make him say actually he's going to have to try and give himself a bit of room, whatever it is, go for the big shot. He's having a look on that leg side now. He's trying to pick probably just over mid-wicket, who's in the circle.
Just one. It's a good over from Middlesex's point of view. Just 4 from it. 137 for 4. Just puts a little bit more pressure on Yorkshire. Rate required up to 8.5 and over.
How do you see it now? Who's favourites now? Draw?
Well, Yorkshire are going to have to go. There's no point. I mean, a draw or a loss, they finish 3rd, so they may as well go right down to number 11.
Yeah, that's fine. But what do you think is most likely? I find it's so hard to call. I think Middlesex.
I think it's going to be a very exciting draw.
Middlesex are now third in the running.
And you have an exciting draw. Good Yorker.
We had an exciting bonus point scramble. Never thought I'd say that. The excitement over a bonus point. And Ryan Sidebottom got going. Middlesex third in the running at the minute for me. I just don't see how they're bowling them out. Cue a wicket.
Well, it just, I mean, the game's sparky enough anyway, but it had really revived Middlesex a wicket. Pulled away and in the gap for 4. Gale giving himself room, but this time swinging the ball away on the leg side.
I reckon he's taken a punter back of a length. That's what Stephen Finn has bowled. A slow ball cutter, and he's just hit through the line. He's picked it up. How his helmet stays on his head. The bars right through his eyes.
Oh, he's trying to cut it between keeper and slip again, this time with no luck.
He might try to tell us he's doing that on purpose. Came back down the slope, quite a lot of it in that. Actually, that ball was there again for the shot he played the ball before. You can see his mind doing overtime, trying to work out where the boundaries are coming from. He's not necessarily someone who can just stand and deliver.
Oh, he's already hit through. It's off the pad. It's beaten the keeper. And it's run away for 4 precious leg byes.
How that's gone for 4. That's clubbed him into his inner thigh pad. It was cramping him for room. He went for the pick-up pull shot. Just glanced, missed off stump, done Simpson, done Rayner, who was half appealing. Stephen Finn just has to watch it go for a boundary.
Nine from 5 balls, so better than they require in this particular over.
Doing a good job in this over. He's taking the pressure off this man, Tim Bresnan. 49 of 43, Tim Bresnan. Andrew Gale now 19 off 23, so he's just helping him out.
.50 for Bresnan. What a match he's had. Monumental 100 in the first innings. 50 now. 147 for 4. Bresnan, more than anybody, Rob, in this Yorkshire side, deserves a victory here.
He's just having the game of his life. I don't think I can remember anyone having a better game, contributing more to your side than what Tim Bresnan has in this game. 142 off 293 in the first innings, which doesn't tell the whole story. It was his lone hand, really, in the end. The whole reason why they even got a chance of winning their 3rd championship. And now he's trying to take his side home. 50 off 44 balls. On a surface where everyone else has struggled to score, Tim Bresnan has made it look easy.
So that run rate hovering around 8 and over needed now. Of leg side bias to his innings, but don't think anybody will care about that that's supporting Yorkshire.
It's always going to be the case at times. Bresnan can be a bottom-handed player, but on a slow surface you're better just tugging it across onto the leg side. That's exactly what he's done. got some decisions to make. Franklin, does he have a look at Ollie Rayner, try and buy a wicket? How many can fit? And Roland Jones give him? It's been a complicated day for a captain.
Bresnan down the track, drilled it away through the offside for 4. That's the boundary that Yorkshire wanted. Keep chipping away with a boundary and over and some singles, and getting closer and closer.
Pick your spot, one man up, extra cover. Give yourself a little bit of room, couple of steps down. Find the middle of the bat.
All close. Given. Bresnan trapped in front by a ball that didn't bounce as much as he thought it was going to do. Roland Jones has got the breakthrough. Middlesex will think they're back in this now. And Yorkshire have still got piles of work to do.
Massive moment in the game. Tim Bresnan's had an outstanding match, but that's done for him now. He's going to have to sit and watch. He tried to work it onto the leg side. He'll feel that that might have been a bit high as it hit him on the thigh pad. Tim Bresnan, what a match he's had. He goes for 55, 153 for 5.
Fantastic ovation for Tim Bresnan. Almost single-handedly got to Yorkshire up to 350 in the first innings, and now he's got them not within touching distance but close. They still need 87. Have a look at Hawkeye, is in front. Umpire's call, clipping the top of middle stump.
Good decision. Thought when you saw it first time that it might have been high, but clips the top of middle stump.
Andrew Hodd knows about winning the county championship. He's won it 4 times. Twice with Sussex, twice with Yorkshire. Battled really hard in the first innings, was given a torrid time, a working over by Stephen Finn, but battled through to 68 in that all-important partnership with Bresnan. He's got another equally important job, if not more important job, to do now.
Middlesex back in the game. 153 for 5.
Pat on the back for Toby Rowland-Jones. 10 overs he's bowled now, 2 for 49, and his work's not done yet. What a pulsating game we've had here. Middlesex 270, Yorkshire 390. Middlesex aided by some gift bowling, get to 359 for 6 in their second innings, and Yorkshire chasing 240 for victory. They were given 40 overs in which to do it. It's come down to 87 off 10.
It's pretty simple now for Franklin. For once, he just keep Gale off strike. Bowl as many balls as you can at Andrew Hodd.
Can Middlesex take 5 wickets? past the outside edge. Hod just not having the time to play himself in, and it's not an easy pitch to score quickly on early on. Not an easy pitch to score quickly on any time.
No, not even when you're in. People on 100 have struggled at times, but it's just that lack of bounce. Always comes down to lower order. Andrew Hod, the keeper, played well in the first innings. Keeper and the bowlers, along with their captain, Andrew Gow.
Always going to have to hurry. Direct hit and he's gone. It's missed. Hod over keen to get off the mark.
Didn't look the most powerful throw, that. Nick Compton does the pickup. Would have been miles gone.
Just 2 singles off 4 balls. Easier run, that's good.
That's the length. Not much you can do to that.
Solid shot, but just 4 off the over. It's not enough for Yorkshire. 157 for 5. Up over 9 and over needed now. Still within Yorkshire's compass, but is there time for Middlesex to take 5 wickets? That's what they need to do to win the county championship.
Somerset back to favourites.
Tension's agonising here. I hate to think what it's like down at Taunton.
Oh, brilliantly, Toby Rowland-Jones. From the first innings to now, he's been very, very impressive.
Toby Rowland-Jones, this is the 4th over of his spell, so he could keep going. Had to the end of the game. Down the ground, over the top of mid-off, spiralling away and not timed again, but 2 precious runs.
I think that's Franklin, who just couldn't find the ball. He did the spin and turn and look for the ball and didn't get on the right course straight away. Skewed across the line, it goes high. Never looked like getting it. That's Tim Murtagh.
Question mark for James Franklin. Finn has bowled 8 on the trot at the other end. Can he get another 4 out of Finn? Can Finn bowl a 12 over spell?
He's going to have to, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's going to be hard to just throw the ball to someone and say, right, when they're better, someone like Finn going who's loose, albeit he might not have much in the tank, but I think you're better off if these two are doing it as they are at the minute. You just say, come on, just get us through to the end. It's done after that. Stephen Finn can have a few weeks off, then he'll be in Bangladesh.
Found the fielder at extra cover. Two-thirds of the way there, Yorkshire. It's a long way to go. Oh, bowled him. Clipped the leg stump. The bail's dropped off. And Gale has gone, bowled by Roland Jones. In his spirited effort, it's his third wicket. Gale has gone for 22. Middlesex are 4 wickets away.
Big swing and a miss from Andrew Gale. The slow ball, another cutter from Roland Jones. Just rolls his fingers across it, dies in the surface. He's too early on the shot, clips the leg stump bail. Andrew Gale goes for 22, 160 for 6.
So Gale makes his way to the pavilion, out for 22. Yorkshire down to their bowlers now, but Rafiq made a really good contribution in the first innings. 65 he made. After him there's Patterson, Brooks and Sidebottom.
Just lack power now. I think they want that big over just to get them back into the game. Just
eight. I can't see Yorkshire getting 80 now.
Someone like David Willey, who came in at 3, which I thought was the right decision, but he's no longer around to bat. He's come and gone.
Couldn't see Middlesex getting 5 wickets about 2 minutes ago. I can now.
Strap the pads on Liam Plunkett. See if you can sneak him in.
Roland Jones then, 3 for 52. Can he continue and bowl Middlesex to victory and to the county championship? Kept out by Rafiq. 160 for 6. Eight overs left, 10 and over needed, 4 wickets for Middlesex. Michael Atherton and Nasser Hussain will take us home.
Thanks, Paul. Yep. They need a couple of real big overs here. Middlesex now favourites. You'd say Somerset are just coming in off the rails as well, because if they get too far behind, what are Yorkshire doing? There's no difference for them between a draw and a lose, really. So they'll keep going as far as possible until it becomes impossible. On the odds now, Yorkshire 16 to 1 to win from this situation. It's away, behind square, third man gets round. Rafiq wants 2, comes back for 2.
Get on!
It's been a big effort this from Finn. 9 overs on the bounce. Just the one wicket. He's bowled pretty well. He's not had much luck. Gale nicked him through the slips. Problem for Yorkshire has been their batting lineup. They just look a little bit weak with the bat. All the players that aren't available, they just look one or two short. It's up in the air. Mid-on comes round, but I don't think he's going to get there. Couple of bounces, and he drags it back well.
Hodd has actually struck the ball nicely. A couple of drives earlier that he timed. Not an easy pitch to find the middle of the bat on, but he's hit it nicely. Franklin did well here. For an Oldham with a dodgy tin tank. Here's one for you, Nas. Middlesex will have to throw a few up to keep Yorkshire in the game. Bring Milan on.
What will Somerset think of that?
Filthy leg spin.
Toe end of the bat. And again, it's going to be Franklin that keeps them down to 2. They're hovering mid-off and mid-on. They're not on the boundary. They're 3/4 of the way back.
Yeah, I think that's a good field position Franklin has got himself and Robson in at mid-off. Still dangling the carrot. You're offering the boundary, but you know that if there's a mistimed shot, you're in the game.
They need 10 and over. They've got 8 from this with 1 ball to go. Again, Franklin hovering, mid-off, hovering. Hit away, and hit away for 4. So they get 10 plus, they get 12 in that over. 68 needed. 172 for 6.
Well, he knows what it's like to win a championship. Andrew Hodd, he's won 4 of them. He wants a 5th desperately. He's trying to hit it down there. Maybe not quite so fine as that. It came off for maybe edge, bottom edge. Agony for Finn, 9 overs, 1 for 56. He's bowled better than that.
He is tiring though. You can see Murtagh warming up at long off. Some tired legs out there. Maybe a little bit of spin. Throw the gamble in there with a bit of Ollie Rayner. We shall see. Rayner still standing there at first slip, waiting for the edge. Very impressed with Roland Jones throughout this game. It's only about the 2nd time I've seen him in championship cricket. And you can see why England are looking at him. Good strong action, clever bowler as well. Changes his pace, changes his length. An excellent game on a very flat surface.
Yeah, and he's got the end that Finn maybe would want to bowl from, which tells you something.
Jason Gillespie spoke yesterday on commentary about Hodd, about the character, the fact that he just has to step in every now and then when Johnny Bairstow is away.
Well, we had him in the pod, didn't we, in a T20 game earlier in the year, and I think myself and you both asked him about that, and he said he's kind of come to terms with it mentally, and that makes it much easier for himself, that he no longer gets upset when he misses out for Bairstow. He just accepted that that's his role, and with that acceptance has come his performances.
That's the change of pace. That's the clever bowling I'm talking about. Just from nowhere, like with the dismissal of Gale, just the slower ball. And a variety of slower balls as well. Cutters, leg cutters. Really clever. Change in field, isn't it? That's the difference between one-day cricket. One-day cricket, you have to have 4 up, 5 up. Here, they've only got 2 up, a slip and an extra cover. That's why it's harder. Good over this one for Middlesex. 3 dots, pressure building.
Yep, you have to say well done to those 2 captains who had the conversation, what, a couple of hours ago and came up with this target.
It's going a bit too well for Middlesex. Get the spinner on this end maybe, and with spin it's either 4 or out, isn't it? It's going to go up in the air. It's gone up above 10 and over. Cloth leg side will only be a single. Up in the air, easy catch for the keeper, makes no mistake. They're 7 down, Middlesex 3 wickets away from the county championship.
What a dramatic end this is. Increasingly looking difficult for Yorkshire now with Rafiq gone to the short ball. Roland Jones continues to run in strongly and hit the pitch hard, and this was a straightforward catch for Simpson. If any catch can be straightforward with the county championship on the line. 174 for 7, 3 wickets away, Middlesex.
Roland Jones has been quite brilliant. 4 for 54. His latest victim, Rafiq, goes for 4. 66 needed. What's the reaction in Taunton? Looking a bit glum there, hoping now that Yorkshire say enough's enough, we're not going to win from here, let's shut up shop. Don't think they're going to. As I say, there's no difference between a draw and a loss. So I think they'll keep going for a little bit longer.
And do you think that would have been any part of a negotiation between the captains? We'll set you this as long as you keep going for it.
Yeah, for a while. I mean, you can't say we'll keep going right till the death. We'll keep going while we'll feel we're in the game. I mean, if you need 20 off 3 balls, you can't keep going. So just got to be sensible about it. Patterson comes in, he can bat. Got a couple of 50s already this season, 174 for 7. The equation is 66 off 6. So still plenty to decide at the top of the table. At the bottom of the table, Lancashire are safe, even though they lost to Warwickshire today. Because Durham beat Hampshire, Hampshire are relegated with Nottinghamshire. Throughout the game, Rafiq has been tested with the short ball. He's taken the shot on, got dropped at 3rd man in the first innings. Simpson wasn't dropping that.
And to think of links back to the 1993 Middlesex championship winning team here today. Certainly seen Angus Fraser here. He was here this morning. Don't think Richard Johnson was playing. He was he? He's the bowling coach for Middlesex, so he's here. There he is. There's Richard Johnson.
Just wondering if Middlesex can bring 1 or 2 more up, maybe cover point, just to get the catches in the ring, or mid-on up, just to get a catch in the ring. Just don't want to miss out if it's plinked up in the air at this stage with tail enders.
Yeah, it's just in that hovering position, isn't it? Where, in fact, he had himself and Robson before. You miss hit, you want to be about 3/4.
Just dropped a little bit deeper, mid-off, mid-on, looking straight into the setting sun. Getting very close to the situation that Yorkshire can't win the game. And Somerset will be praying that they say enough's enough.
And then, from Franklin's point of view, what does he do? Does he bring on Ollie Rayner to bowl some spin? Just dangle the carrot again.
Keep trying to.
It's got to be very straight, Finn, now. It's got to be the old Brian Statham line that if they miss, I hit.
Yes, full and straight. Exactly what the doctor ordered. Stephen Finn has his second. Middlesex need 2.
Well, you have to say deserve that, Stephen Finn. It's Roland Jones who's taken majority of the wickets so far this afternoon, but Finn has bowled well. It's a stout-hearted spell, this. 10 on the bounce, just a bit of late reverse swing, and a very full ball just clips the bottom of off stump. He's got to bowl as straight as possible on this pitch now. Reaction down at Taunton, a desperate one, as Yorkshire are now 8 down and Middlesex find themselves 2 wickets away from the county championship.
Jack Brooks comes in at number 10 with a message in his ear. You're still going from we are not bothered, we are just going to keep going, or that's enough. Don't just hand it to Middlesex. Only he will know. While we can, while we've still got a chance, we're going to keep going for it. Might seem a lot, 62 off 5, but you never know unless you try. .25 for 3 in the last 5 overs. They need 62 for 2 or less in the next 5.
Bring those fielders in the deep, just in a little bit now. If Hod is going to go, what you want to ensure is that miss hit, that you're in a position to catch it about 3/4 deep.
Bowled in. They're targeting the stumps. They're just 1 wicket away, the Middlesex fans believe.
And it's 5 for Roland Jones. He got things starting today for Middlesex. He got the first wicket when Lyth edged to slip. He's now got his 5th. The end of Andrew Hod bowled, off stump flattened. And 9 down now, Yorkshire. Their championship dream looks done. Will it be Middlesex or Somerset?
Full and straight, target the stumps on a pitch that's getting lower. Clever bowling, excellent bowling. Hod made 17. Yorkshire's race is run, 178 for 9.
It's all too much. It's all too much.
Oh, bless.
Oh, Lord. It's nearly done, sir. It's nearly done.
Well, if he's crying now, imagine if Roland Jones gets a wicket. He's on a hat-trick. He's on 10 for in the match.
He might be a Yorkshire fan.
Very good point. Imagine what they're doing down in Somerset.
Yeah, maybe he's a Somerset fan. Maybe he's a long-distance Somerset fan working in the city.
Well, here he is, the hero from the first innings who guided them to that extra batting point that they needed. Is he going to be swinging hard? Does he believe he can get 62 on a hat-trick? What a story this would be. Roland Jones, last ball of the previous over, Rafiq hoiked it up in the air. Simpson took the catch. That was his 8th in the match. This was his 9th. Hard bowled. He's on a hat-trick and he's on 10 for.
Lovely reaction in the background there. Lots of Middlesex supporters in the pavilion. Haven't seen a championship pennant flutter over Lord since 1993.
2 slips. Got to be some more catching here. 62. Got to be a change in plan.
Has to be some men round the bat now. Short ball, a short leg in play, surely for side bottom.
Oh, bowled him! Would you believe it? What a way to win the county championship. A hat-trick, 10 in the match, and county champions for the first time since '93. Remarkable scenes at the home of cricket.
A great victory for Middlesex. Wonderful scenes on the balcony for the playing staff and the coaching staff, and for that gentleman who's just been overcome by the drama of it all. A great season ends in the most dramatic fashion imaginable. Roland Jones, a hat-trick, 10 in the game, bowling Ryan Sidebottom behind his legs, and Middlesex have won it. You got to feel for Yorkshire, missing a lot of players. You have to feel for Somerset down in the West Country, but it's Middlesex who have won it.
Okay. Well, here we go. This is the moment that Middlesex fans and the Middlesex players have been waiting and dreaming about all day, the last 4 days and most of the season, I would suspect. The moment they finally get their hands on that trophy, and they are crowned as the Specsavers champions for 2016. Nasser Hussain is with me. A great moment and a great afternoon.
And a great season, Charles. Not just this game, but the way the championship, the twists and turns. And that's what it means to them, unbeaten all season on a ground that's notoriously hard to get results in any form of the game.